Hello everyone! Welcome to this very special Saturday as we are joined by an amazing court of different players here, some old faces that you may have seen before on the stream. I'm not your DM today. Once again in the DM seat, the hot seat, we have Amber.
No pressure.
No pressure. And we are joined by our wonderfully talented players. First of all, we have Titan. How's it going?
Going well, I'm excited.
Oh, it's always amazing to have you, Titan.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, so good. Crash, welcome back.
Thank you. So excited to be here.
Oh my God. Rita, hey. Thank you for jumping in.
Thanks for having me. So excited.
Just let me go. I mean, I did this out of order, but let me go back in there. If there's anything that our players, obviously our players here are super talented, and there's a reason for that. All of these wonderful ladies are content creators in one form or fashion. Titan, where can people find your content, and what do you make?
I do digital art, usually nerdy D&D related. You can find my work when I post it on Instagram at TitanFishKiller, and I also have a Redbubble under the same name, TitanFishKiller.
And speaking of which, your art and my art are all made by you, so thank you for that.
Yes, of course, thank you. It was fun.
Crash, you are a wonderful creator as well. What do you make, and where can people find you?
Mostly make pottery. Every so often, there are D&D characters on my Instagram, which is the best way to find me, Pixie Potter.
But most of what I do is actually ceramic art, and it's very whimsical. There's a lot of fan art on there too, but mine tend to be 3D.
So good. And Raina, jumping in, I believe at the last minute, but thank you so much. We're so grateful for your patience here. What content do you create, and where can people find you?
Oh, wow. I'm from a channel called Careful Cantrip, and we're an actual play D&D live show. We stream our shows on Twitch, and then our episodes go up to YouTube. Our campaign 1 is finished, so you can listen to it on YouTube or Spotify if you prefer. And in August, we are starting our campaign 2, so if you want to come jump in then, we'll see you there.
Are you already brainstorming your next character?
Oh, as you would know, there's a lot of prep that goes in, so we have our characters are done. I'm so excited. But I can't spoil anything.
No, don't. All right, don't do it. Yeah. Keep it for the reveal.
Yeah, we're working on all the stuff to make it super exciting for everyone. So.
Really quick thing here. Thank you so much, Shady, for the Prime sub. Very appreciate that.
Thank you.
12 months. That's a full year, buddy. Thank you so much. So I'm going to give up the reins here to our DM. Amber, go ahead and take it away. I guess you can cover any announcements we may have.
Oh, well, we were going to be out. Typically, we are live every Saturday for our campaign, Magic at Mosted, but we've moved that around because apparently this year is the year of babies. And
not just us, too.
Yeah, not just us. I just got the one. But we have an unexpected baby that got welcomed, that's getting welcomed as we speak. So we might not be live tomorrow, depending on certain circumstances.
Just to clarify.
So most likely we won't be live tomorrow, and we will be on next week.
And then I think any future announcements, I think this will sadly, and honestly, I'm really happy to have you three here to join us, because this more than likely is going to be the last one-shot we're going to do for the year. Definitely my last one-shot for the year. Mike might be creative and throw another one at you sometime. We'll see. But yeah, Parenthood is definitely going to hit us hard, but we'll see how it goes. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm going to butcher your name, but I'll do my best to announce it. Maybe, Raina, you can help me out, because I think this is one of your viewers. I don't know.
A Corusub. Yeah, a Corusub.
A Corusub. I love it. Oh my goodness.
We like you beautiful people, but Mike's not very good about pronouncing certain
language in general.
English.
All right. Well, I'll leave it up to you, DM.
All right. Let me get my thing up here. So, let's start here. Our story takes us to the shores of the Mira beaches, along a beautiful, thriving coastline with sea life, small communities, and a recently opened eco-focused manufacturing plant to serve the coast at large, or at least we hope it does. However, what is not known so well is what lies beneath the coastline, which is the city of Atlantis. Now, all of our characters today have lived in the city for all of their lives, and the city is made up of essentially what is skyscraper castle top buildings with beautiful sea foliage, gold accents throughout, and the city seems to stretch for miles, and you would never find it if you didn't know where it was. And most people believe that that city does not exist, that it's just myth or hearsay, unless you've studied it. Well, there's been pretty much nothing but peaceful environment here. The community's always thrived. As time has passed, you've all come to notice and become more aware of your changing environment. Recently, with the new eco-friendly plant, there's been some talk amongst, I should say, your elders about what to do about it, because while it boasts about being eco-friendly and clean, there's been a lot of dead sea life showing up. And you don't recall the water ever being that shade of green, at least as long as you've been here. So, for the most part, the town's kind of been trying to figure out what to do about this thing and how to go about it. And there hasn't been too many helpful thoughts. There's been a lot of we'll say rage about it because there hasn't been a community held event, but which is going to happen today, and you're all invited to it, particularly you four, for your knowledge about certain things above the shore. At least they think about your knowledge about the shore. So there is no real, like, I will say homes, like there's not like a dedicated house. I will say if you're an older mermaid, you live within the castle in like a various room. There is not a king or queen. It's run by a community of elders that have been living and thriving in Atlantis for a very long time, but it's very much a community-based democracy, if you will. There's not just two people that rule it. So I'm going to go in order and ask you where you would think you would be. You can have a little shack or a little house if you want, like very much to yourself. I know some of you are. So let's go in order. Let me get that out real quick. 1 second here. So, Titan, can you describe your character and where you think you would be?
Yes, so my character is named Hugh Mannington. He is a human and other land-dwelling mammal expert, otherwise known as a hold-me. And while he does not live within the castle proper, he lives just outside, maybe in just some little alcove he has deemed for himself, his dwellings. And that's probably be where he is currently at.
What do you think Hugh's doing right now?
He's probably just tidying his different artifacts, as he calls them, making sure he has all his ducks in a row before heading out to prove that he knows his stuff, that he knows what's going on, he has the answers. Because he's Hugh Mannington.
Are you bringing any particular item or thing with you to the event?
Yes. Just like, I'll say 4 little knickknacks that I've got like in a seaweed woven bag that I'm carrying with me.
Okay.
They're not useful knickknacks, I promise.
But Hugh thinks they're useful knickknacks.
Absolutely, they mean a lot.
Okay. And then I'm going to pan over to Nimith. Nimith, where are you? And do you want to describe your character?
Nimith is got a koi fish tail, and then
comes up into a very kind of scaly, finned green body. She is actually wearing a human shirt that she found. And she has probably been traveling for about the last half an hour, as she lives an hour out of the way in a steep cave. Left the society a while ago, and has been just collecting her just adventure pieces that she has gotten from both on the surface and below the water, and she is well packed. She has like a rope kind of on her, and her very cute steampunk looking octopus is tailing along like with one of the like little tools in his hand as he kind of goes after her. And she just looks like skeptical, like super skeptical.
Are you bringing anything to the meeting?
I think that I probably have like a notebook to take notes about what we're going to talk about. And like I brought the shirt to show my knowledge of the surface in my like attire. But other than that, it's all like very practical stuff, like a rope and a canteen, kind of what's the equivalent of a mermaid canteen and a bedroll.
Okay. And next we're going to pan over to Blueberry. Blueberry, can you describe your character and where you are?
Yes, okay. Blueberry is also a mermaid, and she's got blue scales. She's got some blue scales on her face, and she's got like aqua eyes and this beautiful, really long, like aqua hair. And she's outside her like little house, and she's tending to her seaweed garden. And the seaweeds are like this moving, and she's like swimming in and out around the seaweeds, and she's playing with the bubbles, and she's going bubbles, 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 bubbles. And yeah, that's probably her.
Is she bringing anything to this meeting? And is she running like on time or late? Or is she too distracted by the bubbles?
Yeah, she's not bringing anything to the meeting because she is very spaced out, except for her, I guess, her own knowledge of what her parents told her about why her name is Blueberry from the surface. But she's not bringing any physical items, and she's just very spaced out. She'll probably be late.
Okay. And last but not least, Dorsey, can you describe your character and where you are?
Well, hi there. Well, my name is Dorsey Maiden. I'm a mermaid, as you can quite see. I have these thick Coke bottle glasses. A little bit has been cracked. Kind of makes my eyes look a little big. I love my accessories. I've been collecting them here and there. As you can see on my ears, I've got a bunch of what I think are earrings, but they're actually fish hooks. And I'm rocking what looks like to be a surface bracelet, which in actuality is just one of those soda holders, the little plastic things. It's divine, and I actually found this little piece a little while ago after I got out of... I'll keep that to myself. I've been away for a while. Unfortunately, the guards don't like me. But I got this nice necklace. It's essentially just a bunch of cigarette butts. And yes, I'm going to the meeting. If my home is being trashed, then I definitely want to see what's going on and what I'm bringing. Along the way to the meeting, I'm going to go ahead and just pick something off a random passerby and grab their scarf and just sort of wrap it around. It's got a bunch of patches on it. And I don't know what it does, but I'm excited. It looks great on me.
Dorsey's gonna be a klepto on the way to the meeting.
I collected a few things along the way, but it's fine. I'm reusing them. They're not using it.
All right, let everybody. Let's roll a d20. Let's see who gets there first.
Oh, have Blueberry roll with disadvantage.
Yeah, I know. Blueberry should roll with disadvantage if she's
my
very,
gosh.
very concentrated with her.
I left my dice downstairs. I'll be right.
It's okay.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
We'll wait. Everybody else can roll, then we'll wait for her to come back. She got so distracted by those bubbles, she left her dice.
Exactly. It's in character.
Yeah, it's in
so
character.
Well, I got an 18.
You got an 18. You might arrive first.
14.
14.
16.
16.
Oh,
Okay.
all right.
We'll wait for Blueberry to come
And then all we hear is... and then Raina...
I'm really hoping for like a natural one on the roll too.
Oh, yeah.
You okay?
Yep.
Yep.
Ran up and down 2 flights of stairs.
Oh,
Bravo!
Just a bunch of.
I've got like a glisten now of like,
Yeah,
sweat.
it's great.
Okay, sorry. We're rolling a d20 for.
Just to see who gets there first.
Oh, I rolled a 12.
Okay. That works out.
We're
Given
all even. That's
Yeah.
wild.
she actually did roll for
18,
last.
16, 14.
So it'll be
Dorsey.
Hugh, Nimith, and then Blueberry.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right, Dorsey. What do you think you see on the way there? Like, what are you keeping an eye out for, pretty
Me?
much? Yeah.
Oh, what am I looking out
Yeah,
for?
because I am assuming, given the way you just described yourself, that you have something in mind
Oh,
on the way there.
Well, along the way, I certainly found what looked like to be a loose piece of wood. Maybe it looked like it fell from the surface, kind of like a broom handle, a little bit. I just kind of picked that up a little bit, kind of smiling along as I go. I see people waving along the way, and what I end up doing is I end up pulling the kind of survival items I needed while I was away, and I just sort of put it onto the handle. It looks like a large like machete, and I just sort of put it on there, and I start to pick up trash with it, and I'm like, that's nice. And
So everybody else probably thinks you're cleaning, but that's definitely not what you're doing.
oh no,
On the way there.
this pair of, and I look at it, and I'm like, it's got to be like a shirt for a small man, but it's actually boxers. Sir, you can use this as a scarf, but I already have one, so I'm not gonna wear it.
Okay. On the way there, I'm going to say as you get closer, you definitely see the tops of some of these buildings are getting eroded now. There's holes in various areas, like corrosion is happening because there's so much either like acidity and pollution in the water. Like it's still a very beautiful sight. Like if you weren't paying attention to it, you would think, oh, that's a beautiful building to live in. But you living here as long as you have, very much pay attention to those details of like the corroded tops of these buildings.
Well, this is a sudden shock. I've been away for 3 years. This is like night and day.
I agree. Nimith noticed.
Yeah, it's, I'm seeing like the holes, and I'm like, that wasn't like that when I left.
And definitely not the shade of green. This is very much transition from a very clear aqua, beautiful blue into various shades of green and blue mixed together.
I mean, it's pretty.
Yeah, it's pretty maybe like for a visual, but you know
But
that
it's
this is
bad.
not a good sign at all.
Wait a minute. Did you give me seaweed for the
Yeah.
for the actual game? It's trying to-
I did because I thought
I
it was
finally
funny.
get it. Now I get it.
You could technically, somebody could have dropped that in the ocean.
Oh, seaweed! Oh, why is it dried?
It's probably not going to be dry once you open it. Okay. And Hugh, how long do you think it's been since you've probably been in and around this particular area of Atlantis?
I'd imagine he's probably been there somewhat frequently.
Okay, so this doesn't really surprise you then? You've kind of noticed it
Yeah.
for a while now.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to say, Dorsey, you're probably trying to, correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem probably more of like the pushy type. You're probably trying to get in head first to see what's actually going on and what's being said in the room, or at least within the building. Hugh's probably swimming up behind you and is aware of you and your previous reputation. I'm going to say
no.
Nimith is more of like on the sidelines, trying not to be so like crowded with everybody that's trying to fit into this room right now. Are you surprised at everything? You definitely are. That you see that's just corroding.
For sure. I think that Nimith hasn't probably been back in probably 10 years or so, at least. And so she is trying to stay as far away from people as possible. She's probably like tucked back into a corner, like near the front where like nobody is, but she can still see. And she's probably just got a look of horror on her face, actually, because I think she probably understands the repercussions a little bit of just from her travels and what she's done, that this is the fact that it's eroding like this is like really kind of unnerving her.
Okay. And Blueberry, I'm gonna say you have been chasing a green bubble all the way here. All the way up until the gate. And for some reason, you've never really seen a green bubble before. You've seen, you know, like the clear bubbles under here, but I will leave it up to you as a player if you want to try and touch it, or if you let it go into the room and let it be.
Oh, absolutely. She is like, she's singing her bubble song. Oh, bubble! And she's trying to definitely grab it. She's also saying hi to all the seaweeds on the way. She's, hi, Mr. Seaweed! Hi, Mr. Seaweed over here! Hi, Mr. Seaweed!
So I will say everybody, because Dorsey's probably already in the door. Nimith and Hugh, you see Blueberry just saying hi to everybody, chasing this odd green bubble that you probably know she shouldn't be chasing because it's green. Do you do anything, or do you just let her be?
I probably am like, excuse me, and I like put my hand out. Hi.
I know bubbles are cool.
So cool. They're so cool!
So cool. That bubble, mean bubble.
Oh, why? It's so pretty. I've never seen one like it.
That's why it's mean, is because, like, you know, poison. Do you know what poison is?
I know what poison is.
I'm just making sure. I'm sorry, I don't really talk to people, and I don't know what other people know.
Okay.
Well, that bubble certainly looks mighty weird.
As it's floating by Dorsey.
But hi, I haven't met any of y'all. I think I might have seen some of your faces. Maybe not yours. And I kind of look towards Nimith. I'm like, I haven't seen yours. But I'm Dorsey Maiden. It's a pleasure to meet y'all. Look, we're all together into the meeting.
Yeah, I know who you are.
Well, hi. I've seen you yelling on a street corner once.
Yep.
I didn't listen. I'm sorry. That was my mistake. I should have been more neighborly.
Well, you know, I'm sure today will be very informative. I have a lot to say on this subject. My name is Hugh. Just so we're introduced, I'll do a formal introduction inside, of course.
All right.
I remember you. Did you?
Are you gonna touch it?
Sorry?
Is Blueberry still trying to touch the...
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You touch it, and it pops, but it fizzles into these tiny, tiny, like even smaller, brighter green acidic bubbles. And hold on.
Smaller, more bubbles?
So like it pops and...
It pops, and they go into tiny little bubbles, and it burns your fingers and your nails for only like 3 points of acid damage.
Oh, what the hell? These are mean bubbles!
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely acid.
That's not good. If these are here, then what else is here?
Oh, you know, points to a hole on the roof.
Oh, I didn't put that there.
I
Wow,
think
thanks for pointing that out.
you were
Yeah,
looking
you're welcome.
you were looking down at the seaweed. You didn't even see the ceiling.
There's so much to see around here. There's all these seaweeds, all the people, and so many bubbles. But now I know I'll stay away from the green bubbles.
You don't see any more green bubbles, but you all definitely know that generally there's pretty much always sea life around Atlantis. It's always been like that. It's always been a thriving place for multiple and multiple creatures to come just swimming through, and nobody pays them any mind, but you don't really see any this time. You see maybe a few schools of fish, a couple clams like just sprawled out about, but there's pretty much kind of like a barren flat land, and there's seaweed and a few, maybe a green bubbles in the distance, but there's really nothing around other than the community, what's left. And we're gonna move you guys into a different map as you enter the building. 1 second.
Ooh.
So while the outside has seen definitely better days and there hasn't been much sea life around, this room has seemed virtually untouched, pretty much. And the elders have tried to keep it this way through magical means and through other various means of trying to keep the main hall, at least where everybody communicates and comes together, at least in one piece for as long as they can. And in front of you, you see at the main 3 elders, at least for this meeting. Let me get their names up 1 second. So at the front, you see Kira, who's the newest addition to the elders by a vote. And she has a beautiful fluorescent tail and orange fins along her shoulders. She's known for being a little bit more of the lenient one in the group. She tends to take the approach that mistakes are just learning possibilities, but they don't always take kind to that because, you know, some people very much like to learn the hard way, like a certain somebody over there, Dorsey.
Why y'all looking at me?
And then you see Isla, who has like these beautiful, kind of like, she looks like she has goldfish fins. They're kind of a mix of gold and brown fins from her tail, and they're intertwined into her hair, actually. And she's known to be the most calm at time, but with a bit of a temper if you rub her the wrong way. But that's rarely ever seen by anybody in Atlantis, and if you have seen it, you don't really talk about it.
I'm sorry, DM. Could you go over from left to right? Who were their names again?
Okay.
It was, I know Issa was the last one, yeah?
Isla is the one on, like,
Isla.
right here.
Yeah, well, I know that one.
And then the one with, like, the blue fluorescent tail is Kira.
Kira.
And the one that's dead center is the oldest and typically leads these meetings, which is Leland.
Okay.
And Leland, she has silver, you can tell she's the oldest generally by her hair. She has long silver hair and she has red goldish eyes, and very similar to Dorsey's kind of coloring, except she has red fins that kind of stick out of her face throughout her arms and a black tail. And she's very much the quiet type. She tends to listen first and chooses her words very carefully because she didn't get to where she is by just acting brashly or just talking out of turn. So she's very calm and collected and just listens to all the bickering that is going on in this place. So they've called specifically you four. I will say that everybody else is kind of talking amongst themselves, but then you see Leland kind of raise her hand in your group, especially you, Dorsey, and like gestures you to come forward.
Is the elder kind of like waving to me? I sort of look towards the group.
And you probably see Kira doing this because she knows you. But like, again, she's very lighthearted. She's very much like, oh, it's just a slap on the hand. It's fine. You're probably like know her and like her the most out of these three.
I like her, but the other one, I don't trust the cops. Definitely the guards are not friends of mine. They try to find me to get me for anything, really, and I don't do anything wrong.
Are you sure you don't do anything wrong?
Absolutely not. Your pal
Oh.
Dorsa Maiden is the most... I'm the perfect model of a citizen.
Well, if you want, I could talk to them for you and tell them that you won't do anything wrong. You seem like a nice person.
Will you join me as I go forward? They're calling me
Okay.
over, I think. All right, let's go together. Maybe they'll be a little lenient if I have a...
Well, they're calling you over, but like they notice you first, Dorsey.
Oh, well, damn, I think they're signaling me out. If I go... listen, if I go to jail again, I swear to God, I will break out, okay?
That doesn't sound like a model citizen thing to do.
They have it out for me. All right, I'll see y'all later. Hopefully they let me out with a warning.
What did she do?
The rest
Blueberry's going with you. She'll link arms.
Oh, perfect. I love it. Link arms as we go in. I love it. Look at the red and blue.
It's so pretty in here.
Does Hugh and Nimith go with them, or are they just kind of like on the side?
I like tail behind, just like shaking my head.
Yeah, I'll also kind of follow up with them, very much with an air of like, I'm important. Totally.
He has pamphlets. I don't know. He has like a sermon or something. He knows a lot.
I have a lot to say.
So
Very important things.
Kira's just waving to you, Dorsey, and she's like, "Hi, Dorsey."
Well, hi there, Kara. Boy, it's been 3 years and you have been visiting me, and every month I appreciate that.
Well, I didn't think you did anything too bad, but
No one's gonna miss a few gnomes. They're just lawn gnomes. I don't care if Mrs. Hatchet said it was on her property. It was there, not being used.
I think the other two are just giving you like a glare, like.
See, they know I'm right.
Well, you shouldn't take things from others, even if maybe you should ask to borrow them next time.
Oh, what's borrowing except for just taking it for a little bit and maybe not even return it?
No, borrow's taking them for a little bit and then giving them back. Taking them is permanently.
We'll agree to disagree, darling.
And then if you go to, like, I guess, pan to your right, you see Leland, who's giving you a look that's just like, I'm not impressed. But here we are.
Well, hi there, Elder. I just got released, so nothing bad yet.
On good behavior, I hear.
Uh-huh.
Let's hope it keeps that way. And Isla's just kind of, like, she smirks, like, she's composed, but she's not as strict as Leland is, so she just probably smirks and looks at you and is just like, this is what we're doing. This is who we're bringing.
I feel like Nemesis leans into Dorsey and goes,
Consent is key.
And Leland will address you, Hugh. She was like, oh, I'm so glad you made it, Hugh.
Yes, thank you for the invitation. I am quite honored and humbled to be here in your presence. I have a lot of things to go over, if you would, of course, let me.
Of course. And Blueberry, always a pleasure to see you. Always a friendly face.
Blueberry was like staring off somewhere in the distance. Oh, hi! I'm so glad to be here. By the way, there were some green bubbles that were outside. They hurt me, so definitely stay away from them, okay?
Yes, we don't want to touch those. They're very bad. That's why we're kind of here.
She's like already looking off towards something else.
Oh, bless her heart.
And then Leland kind of like puts her head like outward because she has not seen Nimith for a very long time, and she's made it a habit to know each and every person that like comes in and out of here. And she just, that's interesting. What have you brought, Nimith?
well, you said we were discussing the surface dwellers.
So I brought a bunch of knowledge. My shirt to show proper attire. I know Hugh probably has a couple artifacts that I could speak on as well. We had in-depth discussions, and while we tend to disagree on an academic level, he does have a fair amount of research and knowledge given the surface dwellers. I also brought supplies just in case we needed to head to the surface. I was there about 3 weeks ago. I don't have much to report as I don't really talk to the surface life. And then just trails off and looks mortified that she said that much.
I think
she gives you a look of like you've been to the top. It's not been unheard of that like you can't go visit the shore. This is not that type of like society. They don't really care as long as you don't get in trouble or bring anything back that would harm anybody. But she definitely gives you a look like that. She's intrigued that you've been there recently.
I look over to Nimith and I kind of go, Nimith dear, I didn't know. Did you have to wear proper attire to go up to the surface? She looks down and you see that the bra she's wearing is just 2 baseball caps tied together with a black string. She goes, I didn't know. Hopefully what I'm wearing is appropriate.
You know, you definitely have human clothing
On, which is a good first step. They tend to appreciate assimilation when you visit up there, so they do like you to wear the proper attire. It tends to have the shirt on top, the pants on bottom, and the shoes on the feet. Yeah.
That's
She's
weird.
spouting nonsense again. None of that is true.
Oh.
I would know.
Well, so what do you wear when you go up there then?
Well, she had a point on the clothing aspect. I like to call them skin coverers, since they do, in fact, cover the skin, and I believe that is to be the proper terminology. But specifically, they have a habit of, and he's going to start like rifling through his back and pulling out a shirt. This here, see how it is long and
She's got
flowy?
a prop.
These are very much used to actually mimic sea life. They appreciate sea life. So this is very much like how we have these long tails with the big fins. They like to have that kind of flowing so they can imitate our fins. They are very fascinated by our culture, just as we are theirs.
Oh, sounds like they're jealous.
I think it's more of a style of worship. Another thing, pulls out a different
Oh,
object.
they're worshiping us.
Yes, indeed. This here is an artifact that I found of one of their deities, obviously. Otherwise, why else would it be so well crafted? As well as, they seem to be worshipping our sharks. There is an artifact of these. You can tell by the way that it's very round that it is a symbol of richness and fertility and things of that nature. So they very much idolize our sea life. And I think that is something to remember, that they are very timid creatures.
I think the three ladies just look amongst themselves and look back at you like impressed about your knowledge, but they're not even sure if you have it right because they don't have anything to compare it against other than word of mouth.
That's why I'm the expert.
And Nimbus is literally talking to her octopus about, yes, I know that's wrong. Yes, I understand that Hugh has these. We tried last time. I know he's wrong.
Dorsey looks at Blueberry and just goes, I'm learning so much right now.
Always learning things. It's amazing how much you can learn. I don't know, there seems like to be a lot of information, but... And she'll just space out somewhere.
You see a little seahorse like in the corner that has caught your attention and it is just
I watch
drifted
Blueberry's
off.
attention go off and I go, what do you look? I kind of try to find what she's looking at, not even thinking that the seahorse was the thing catching her attention.
Leland just clears her throat. Now, I appreciate you all taking the time to visit with us today. As you can see, and she looks up at the roof, the decaying roof with a ton of holes in it. We've done our best to keep the community put together as best we can, but we're not doing a very good job anymore. And with that said, we need a group to go up to the top, up to Shoreline. As we've been hearing that our main problem, at least from several other people in the community, is up there on the coastline. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but there has been a lot of dead sea life lately. I don't know where they're going, though. We just get reports of that they're there for about 24 hours and then just magically, poof, they're gone. They don't float away. They don't get decay like normal things do down here. If the chain of order doesn't get them, if sharks don't get them, if fish don't get them, they just disappear. There's nothing to be found. No bones, no anything. Not like we normally would.
Perhaps they're assimilating.
Sometimes it's to bubbles. They're there, and then the next minute, they're gone. And that's natural.
Bubbles can be popped. It's a little harder to pop a sea creature, if you will.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I mean, getting eaten down here is a way of life in a way, food chain and all, but that doesn't even seem to be happening. And we've gotten some other strange reports that I've never really seen before, that they tend to have, well, the bubbles, like you said, is one key factor of finding or not finding this type of life. And the life we are finding has extra, and she tries to think to herself, appendages, if you will. Instead of having maybe 2 eyes like they normally would, they have 3 or 4, and they have extra fins.
Well, that's not good. I know a few fish friends of mine, and I wouldn't like it if they had more eyes than they should have.
Perhaps it's evolutionary. Maybe it's so they can see better through the green smog in the water. Perhaps.
Oh, are we changing?
Perhaps. I don't know. That's the problem. We don't know if it's an evolution thing or a gradual maybe change to adapt to our environment, or something's actually causing everything and making it much, much more worse. And those creatures... Go ahead.
Pardon, I'm just volunteering. You said you were sending us to the surface. I would love to volunteer to be the captain of this team, seeing as I am the human and other land-dwelling mammal expert.
Specifically...
not to step on toes, Hugh, but I do think that your
knowledge will be very valuable. But do you remember how to get to the surface?
Obviously, you go up.
I mean, she's not wrong. Hugh's got a point.
You do
It's
go.
like a question real fast. I figure actually I'm probably like towards
The coastline and have been traveling back and forth for a while. Have I noticed more pollution as I approach the coast, or any like lack of sea life just kind of where I'm at?
You probably have seen both. It's kind of like a film over the water, but closer if you're going into like what would be considered the bay or the dock area is where most of it is.
Okay, and I feel like, I mean, the way I've thought of her is she just kind of like comes home to recoup and then goes out to venture and find new things. So the mutations are highly interested to Nimith right now. And probably rare is what I'm guessing as well, not something she might have seen.
No, like that's just happening. Like you're just hearing about this now because they've kind of kept it under wraps until they could like figure out how to deal with it. But they like anybody that's been to the top and that has brought them back something either dead to show them to be like, hey, this is what we've found. Because there is people or mermaids that just, you know, go and report. Like they come back, they do a sweep, they come back and say, you know, this is what's happening around us. Like this is what we're noticing. It's not just like you guys obviously have your own little feats of collections and everything else. But like there is specifically people that do that for the community to say, hey, something's wrong and this is what we're noticing. But you haven't heard about the mutations until now.
Okay, cool. So yeah, thank you. That's all my questions.
And she goes on to tell you that there's a type of structure that they know that is on the coast that seems fairly new, but everything around the structure seems to be causing the issue with the bubbles, the lack of sea life, the added appendages, and they don't really understand what that building does or what it is. They just know it's, ever since it's been there, it has done nothing but cause problems. And it's only been there for what they can gather, maybe a year's time, and it's gotten progressively worse.
Maybe they're... Oh, go on, Blueberry. I'm so sorry, darling.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, it sounds like that's where we should start looking. Maybe there's something that we can find there. Or maybe we can go in and ask people. Although, are we gonna have to get out of the water? Are we gonna have to, like, wear legs? I don't know if that works mechanically.
Kira just smirks and laughs,
I'm gonna
and
put
she
that on
just
a
like
shirt.
she kind of like turns and slowly looks at you. She's like, you know, it just kind of like transforms. It melds into your form, dear. You don't just strap them on or anything. They just.
Oh, I really like legs, but I guess I'll deal with it if it helps.
I looked
Helps
at
whatever's happening here.
I looked at Blueberry and I kind of nod and I go, you know what's weird about legs?
What?
The knees.
Right?
Yeah,
They
it's-
bend all funny.
It's very weird. They don't flow and flap like we do when it comes to the legs and fins. It's just the weirdest.
Yeah, they only bend one way too. What's that about?
And then there's an ankle.
I call
I
that the
know.
foot knee.
Oh,
Oh.
foot knee. My apologies.
And it goes in the reverse direction as the original knee. Knee proper. Knee major.
Knee major and knee minor.
Oh, that's when you're a child. You have the knee minor, and you start to grow, and you became once you become 18 years old, you're a knee major.
Yep. You understand. I'm glad I have a compatriot here in the sciences.
You're so smart. I'm so glad that you're here with us, guiding us. You're a team leader, right? That's what you said earlier? I'm sorry,
Absolutely.
I spaced out. Okay,
Absolutely.
whatever you want, I'll do it. I'll be a little apprehensive about the leg process, but I'll get over it.
DM, there's other people around us right now, right?
Yeah, like they're very much talking around themselves. They're kind of listening to this, going like, because there's not too many people that quote unquote know what you know or collect what you collect, because everybody kind of keeps to themselves. So she's brought you four here, like Leland has brought you four, because she knows that you, of all people, like you four, probably know the most about quote-unquote humans, or at least she thinks that's what you know.
Is there anyone close near, like just some random city goer who just decided to show up to the meeting who's nearby me?
I will say they're flanked by guards, not because they think anything bad's gonna happen, but generally they are flanked by guards.
No, random city goers.
I'll say there's a group of... Mike's always does this because I do this to him. I will say there's an elderly couple near them, just kind of overhearing this conversation.
Are they close to me?
Yeah, I'll say they're probably within like 10, 15 feet of you.
What are they wearing?
We'll say that the girl, or the female, the elderly woman, has all silver hair, and she's very much in like aqua colors. Her fins are aqua, green and blue, while the man is kind of more like a bronzy color. Probably fascinates you a little bit because it's very much like a gold sheen.
I want to pluck one of her hairs. Just...
You could try, but I'm going to make you make I'm going to make a sleight of hand roll.
Sounds fine to me. I'm proficient in that. That's a 23.
You make it. She doesn't really feel it. I'm going to say she has very thick hair, and you grabbed like one of like the looser of the strands, and she doesn't do anything. She just keeps having a conversation.
That is going in the pocket.
Does Blueberry see this happen?
Make a perception check. I was like, 23 is pretty high.
I'm proficient.
Oh my god.
I'm proficient.
I give it-
It's dirty 20.
Oh, wow.
Amazing. It's amazing.
I'll say you don't see her pluck it, but you definitely see her utter to herself, I'll save this for later.
Saving this for later.
But you probably just like look around like, what is she saving for later? Because she rolled a 20.
What are you saving for later?
Oh, do you want to see?
Yeah?
Come here. And I kind of shift my shoulder and her shoulder a little bit, and I show her the strand. I go, it's like pure silver. Isn't that beautiful? This could be used in any certain ways. She kind of goes into her bag. She goes, I saw a magazine, they call it. It's called Life Hacks. Now,
Sorry.
what you need is a long strand of hair, and you can make yourself, apparently you can rethread a toothbrush. I don't know what that is yet, but I definitely want to keep it in case I need it.
Okay. Is it hair?
Yeah.
Okay. And you say that hair is really useful for all those things?
Okay, according to this magazine.
Okay, so then Blueberry will then pluck a hair off Dorsey.
My hair, it's almost like a bob, where it's not as long, but it's still like this bright red hair, and you pluck it. Oh, that's a good idea. I should have been using my own. Well, hers was longer. It's fine.
Okay, I'll tell you if I find any uses for the short version.
Okay.
She'll put it in her bag.
I think Isla out of the three swims over and gently puts her hands between Dorsey and Blueberry and scoots you forward as you're having this conversation.
Oh, sorry. Were we done talking?
You were done.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't want to get in trouble again.
We're not off to a good start. She just pushes you forward.
It's like a person. Dorsey told me so.
Dorsey's been around, to say the least. I think that's Leland talking to you.
That sounds like I'm a floosy.
That's a different conversation for a different time, dear. That's not what I mean by around.
Niveth raises her hand.
Yes, yes, Niveth.
Leland, I know I haven't seen you in a long time.
But are you sure this is the group that should go check that out? Because I'm not good with people, and these are all really nice people. And I point to everybody around me, and Hugh knows so much, and like you see like the octopus being like shaking its head, looking at me like, you know, and be like, honestly, my solo patrols are just absolutely wonderful. And this is too many people. Please let me go home.
Niveth. She looks at you very like stern-faced, but with like a sigh, like she knows this is out of your comfort zone. I think it would be better and safer if you all go as a group.
Yeah, besides the court order told me I had to. It's jury duty.
Court order, dear, told you you owe hours of community service, and that is why you are here.
Oh, that's what it was called. I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention.
It's just your problem was within the community, so we feel that maybe your skill set would be better served this way versus trying to clean up people's yards, because your version of cleanup is different than our version.
I learned how to survive behind bars.
That's not a feat, dear. That's not a skill that we want to promote.
They told me snitches get stitches, and I'm not gonna. I'll live by the code that they gave me.
With all due respect, great elders, I will have to, in some manner of speaking, support Nimith in this endeavor. Are you sure we want to bring the convict?
I served my time.
Believe it or not, Dorsey's actually very handy in combat if needed, as some of our guards are more than familiar with.
I fought him off for 12 hours. It was great.
His jaw drops.
That's impressive. But humans and other land-dwelling mammals are very weak creatures. I can't imagine that we would ever need to get into a fight with one.
I'd like to hope not. It's more of a precaution than anything else, and that what she owes, and we can't trust her in anybody else's yard, so this is the best way for her to get her hours out of the way that she promised.
Right, of course.
Really nice. And Nimith, I think that do you want to swim with me? Because maybe together we'll be better.
Sure. This is Vana. This is Vana, my octopus. Sometimes she's sea urchin.
And she swims with me to give me courage. So maybe if we swim together too, that's even more courage. So okay, I will swim with you. May I hold your hand?
Yes. May I pet your octopus?
You may.
Let me ask her first.
Oh.
And
Oh, okay.
As Blueberry tries to statically hold her hand back eagerly that wants to pet your pet.
and Vana's very like she's like a dog too, where like at first she's like, owner permission. Oh, owner said okay. And just can read Nimith that well. And so she kind of like pulls away at first and then swim towards you and nuzzles kind of half cat, half dog underneath your hand when she gets pet.
Hi.
And she ends up like wrapping around your arm the more you pet her.
I think we're going to be great friends. I'm so excited for this.
Now,
Maybe let's Vana respond.
Oh. I'm assuming that like this octopus just curls around your hand and like nuzzles into your shoulder a little bit, Blueberry.
Yeah.
I will say, is Vana cold to the touch being in this form versus the sea urchin form?
Yes, so she is cold to the touch. She is definitely, she looks very steampunky. She has the little wheel in front that's kind of like her access hatch. And then she has two little like light bulbs that like work as eyes and independently of each other. And you can tell that like her tentacles are very cool because they like slinky into each other. So as they go out, it's like the like fake lightsabers where they like kind of tunnel in as they go in and out. And you can tell that they're very like, there's a suction cup version and she like flips through, and there are different like versions of the suction cup that come out, and she is very much alive.
I will say that Dorsey and Hugh probably recognize certain parts on Vana, but you both are probably contemplating if you could use said parts, but you also realize this is a moving creature.
I swim over to Hugh and I go, that's a very cool creation that Nimith has. I'm a little jealous that she's got like a little friend. Oh,
Don't steal. Do not. Dorsey.
I'll have my own friend. And I sort of move the scarf that I have a little bit, and there's a little patch of a monkey, and I pull the patch out, and the patch grows into an actual air-breathing monkey underwater and immediately grabs its neck and starts to float up, and I go, oh,
Catch it in water.
That's a
I would like to
that's a land dwelling mammal.
It does not die.
I was gonna say, if you don't, the elders will.
What'd you do?
To form a bubble around it so
Oh.
it doesn't die.
well, now I got a friend.
What does your spell look like, Nimith, as you do this?
All of a sudden, out of her hand, it looks like sparks, like from an engine misfiring almost. So it like poof with like a little bit of like magical smoke, so it doesn't pollute, and it like poof poof poofs like when you see the thought bubbles out and around.
I'm gonna say this monkey, as you do this in a split, probably 10 seconds, comes out, goes like, collapses his throat, and is like choking to death until Nimith goes and puts the bubble on its head, and then it's just pure panic and lets itself float away to the top of the surface.
Goodbye, friend.
Yeah, I'm gonna go swim after it and grab the monkey.
As I see Hugh swim after, I would like to possibly move my shaved water closer to me.
I'm gonna say, Hugh, roll an animal handling check because this monkey is not happy and is not sure what the hell is going on or
It's
why
just a
it's
random
here.
monkey, has no loyalty to anyone.
Okay, that's a 19 plus 2.
Okay, he doesn't scratch you. I think he's just catatonic in this bubble and lets you grab it.
I look at
Very
the
carefully
patch.
bring the monkey back.
I look at the empty patch and I go, oh, that's what it does. I know it had something magical. That's nice.
I think that Leland swims about an inch from your face. Darcy, do not do that again. We want to sustain life, not kill it. Now, where the hell does that thing actually go?
I would imagine. I looked at Nimith and Hugh up in the surface, maybe.
Yes, absolutely. It bears the form very similar to that of a small humanoid creature. Perhaps it is an infant of some kind.
Oh
You had an infant in your pocket?
no, I had it on my scarf. You're silly. I wouldn't keep it in my pocket.
That doesn't
How
make
did you get it?
Oh, let's not get into
You know what?
into
Never
that.
mind.
Let's not get into that.
I'm sorry I asked.
Dorsey, let's not add more hours, let alone years, to the community service. We can only.
I'm trying my best.
You
It's all
can't.
right, elders. We will return this human infant to the surface as soon as we get there.
I'm sure this human baby will be just fine once we let it loose in the surface.
Well, what did you do with its mother?
I didn't think that far. I start to look at the scarf. I'm like, I don't see a mother patch.
Interesting, though. I don't recall humans having tails. I'm just gonna
So it's-
fucking lift the tail.
Just to clarify to everyone who's wondering what it is, I have a robe of useful things, but we looked up a trash.
Oh yeah, we rolled for them.
We rolled a trash thing, so I have a bunch of weird, random, useful patches.
Love it.
Okay, so like they swarm around you, Isla, Kira, and Leland. You need to get on your way because now you have a passenger that I don't know what the hell it is, but apparently it's an infant that we need to return. It's a several-mile journey, so is that bubble going to hold Nimith?
I can make sure that bubble holds all the way to the surface, and Nimith is already trying to like her and
Anna are kind of around it, trying to calm it, trying to like maintain it, maybe move it upward, are like very much ready to go towards the surface and head it that way with that bubble the moment they get permission.
Okay. And Kira's gonna come over to you and she's gonna cast Calm Emotions. So a bunch of tiny little bubbles are just gonna surround this monkey, so he's just calm now and kind of just limp, and he lets you hold him, but he's still looking around like, I don't know where the hell I am. I don't understand.
and it's now like a spaceship bubble around his
Head that
Oh.
she's maintaining as a cantrip.
Okay.
Seeing
Wow.
all the tiny bubbles, Blueberry will swim up and just start swimming around and singing her bubbles, bubbles, trying to play and pop some of the bubbles around the monkey.
I think they're all looking at each other like this is the best we have.
So sorry.
I'm excited. We're gonna be perfect. We're gonna be great at this.
One last thing, since we are on a time crunch now for whatever that is. Hugh, dear, do you think you can handle this group?
Absolutely, elders. I was born for this mission. I can handle any obstacle, even if that obstacle comes from my own teammates.
You sure?
Absolutely. I will not let you down.
And Dorsey, for the love of God, do you think you can put your hands on your sides and not touch anything and everything on the way up there?
I'd salute you, but I'll keep my hands to the side.
And Blueberry, no more green bubbles.
Just looking off. And then what?
She just rubs her temple like, okay, remember something for me. If it's not a sea creature, it's green, it's mean. We don't touch it.
Green, it's mean. I like that. That's really helpful. Green, it's mean. Green, it's mean.
I'm green.
Except for Nimith. Nimith is fine.
Okay. Got it.
And you live here, Nimith. The bubbles aren't from here, and we don't know exactly why they're here. We want them gone.
That's fair. I do believe it's an alchemical process that ends up being
a acid that ends up burning our flesh, but I will run scientific experiments before I get back to you.
Yeah, everybody careful on what they touch, please. We don't want to have to grow back anybody's tail. It's been a while.
Vana can touch everything. Vana is very great
at touching things.
As they look around at this group and just like contemplate, well, this is the best we got. One disclaimer. We would like to offer you a reward should you find information, or should you just put a stop to it altogether. Now, we don't condone violence, and she looks at Dorsey.
Neither do I.
But if it's self-defense or if you're in danger, do what you must. I would just ask that you try and keep a low profile. If you have to interact with somebody up there, they may not, I think Nimith and Hugh, you may know, they don't always have the best reaction to things that talk with tails, let alone think we're down here. Most people, or most humans, don't think we exist, from what we can tell. So don't give anybody a heart attack. And careful once you're in the bay. There seems to be that slime and ichor throughout, so it may be toxic. We will talk reward once you return and what you have brought back if we deem it valuable. Understood?
Absolutely.
And Kira's over there kind of slowly poking the bubble because she doesn't understand what this is. Like, she's not gonna pierce it. She's just doing this to the bubble because she's trying to figure out what that is.
Hey, easy on my pet.
Yeah, I think you almost killed it.
I'm
You know there's sea pets that breathe.
I thought it was a sea monkey.
Obviously not.
No, apparently it's an infant.
All right. And they kind of like start gathering you guys up. It's about a 2 to 3 mile journey upward, and then you'll follow the coastline, and you can't miss the green sludge that's at the edge of the coastline, from what we're told. And they politely push you out the doors. And you just see a vein popping in Leland's head like, I can't believe this is the group that we're sending, but this is who we think knows the most about where they're going.
So right about that.
I think that went great. I sort of talked with the group as we were pushed away, swimming to the surface. I think that went great.
It went so good, and you're not in jail, and that's what you wanted, right?
I think they're gonna knock off some days off my sentence. I think this is great.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think perhaps if this goes really well and we can solve this problem, I might be promoted. I might be given a formal position. I could be like a professor.
Wait, you don't have
human and land-dwelling mammals.
Do you not have a job? How do you get
Anyway,
promoted without a...
and Nimith, how do we get to the bay?
Nimith is swimming off with the monkey very carefully in its bubble, like
cradling it in her arms as she like heads with Vana towards like the surface and shore, kind of in her own world very much as that was overstimulating. So she turns back to Hugh and she's like, "What?
The bay, the human bay.
Oh, this way." And I just keep swimming.
Right, of course, this way. I knew that. I'll follow.
All right, I want you guys to do a group perception check for me.
Oh, goody. I'm not good at those.
I got a new set of dice.
Okay.
recently,
Ooh.
and it's been doing really well for me. So
Knock on wood.
I say that. I can't wait to get a natural one on this. Okay, no, it's still doing all right.
Dirty 20.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
14.
13. 13.
Natural one, no modifier.
Yeah, Dorsey.
Dorsey, you're so into this monkey right now that you're just fascinated by it, so much so that you just like face plant into a thing of seaweed as you're not paying attention to where you're going. And it kind of gets stuck in your bracelet and in your necklace and in your earrings, and now the hook is stuck on the seaweed.
Ow. Hold on, wait. I'll go in my patch and pull a dagger patch to get a little dagger, and I cut the seaweed a little bit, free myself.
And then Nimith got the dirty 20.
Yes.
You see what looks kind of to you like Vana, but like human shaped off in the sea. And who else got what? Blueberry got a 12 or 13?
13.
13. I'll say you're just laughing at Dorsey, and you're getting distracted by all the chaos and bubbles that she is now creating because she's just thrashing around in this bed of seaweed. And same thing with Hugh, wondering why she already got stopped and we haven't even left yet.
I just wanted my pet to love me the way that Vanna loves Nimith.
Guys.
Yes.
There's a thing. It looks like a mechanical but human shaped fauna. So do you ever seen a human shaped fauna?
Like human top, Vana bottom, or like
No, like made out of parts, but human.
oh. Has he ever heard of that in any capacity?
A robot?
I will say, do roll an intelligence or a history check.
I'm proficient in history. So we'll do that. What's 8 plus 6? 14?
14. I will say, you know that sometimes humans, when they go underneath the water, they do have something that's made out of metal on their head. You're not really sure what it's for. You're assuming it's some kind of breathing apparatus. But that's about your extent with a 14.
Gotcha. It very likely might be a surface-dwelling visitor with a mechanical bubble to help them breathe beneath the surface.
That makes excellent sense. I am going to go talk to them.
And I just swim forward.
I don't know if that's a great idea. Humans are very timid creatures. If they see you, it might be frightened and it might swim away, cause mass panic. Let's just maybe stay at a distance.
Stop.
Let's just observe from a distance.
Dorsey finally makes it up to the group. What y'all talking about?
Humans are very timid creatures. They may spook easily. While Hugh's knowledge and I differ on some aspects, I do think that is a fair warning. And I slink behind some seaweed.
They're essentially what this creature or this being is doing is very much not fully submerged, but they're just kind of swimming towards the bottom. They have their back towards you. You can't really make out their full form, but they're very much not paying attention to you. They look like they're trying to swim towards something, and they have a little, not a basket, but a net that they're trying to put stuff in.
Okay, well, if they're human, I look into the rest of the group. Yeah, we've got. It looks like we've got a human close by.
Yes. some sort of surface dweller with a mechanical bubble. I
Well-
believe that is how it was described.
According to Nimith, we need to wear the right attire, and I don't think any of us are wearing something close to that. So, who here wants to say hello? I'll give you some attire.
Do we need to do the leg things?
I don't think so just yet.
Well, part of the spooking, like the elders said, is that the talking with the fins is very frightening to these creatures.
Oh,
So
I
perhaps if we
switch
hide our
to
fins.
simultaneously, if possible.
What was that? Nimith?
I would like to switch into human form,
Oh, yeah.
if possible.
oh,
So I switch into human form. I hold my breath and I look at Hugh and I like nod my hand like this because obviously I can't breathe and say, and look really determined yet terrified.
What's your
And-
your con modifier, Nimith?
+2.
Okay, I'm gonna say you can hold your breath for 2 minutes.
Okay. I am going to slowly, I mean, it slows me down now that I have legs, and like take a look at Bubbles and go kind of like mouth courage and like swim over.
Keep in mind they're not facing you; they have their back towards you.
I'm gonna tap him on the shoulder.
They slowly turn, like, what is tapping me? Because one, they're down in the ocean and they don't expect anything with a finger to be doing this motion that far underneath water. And you see not a full face, but essentially like kind of has like a cage guard that's blocking. You do see a set of eyes turn around and look at you and in full-fledged panic start screaming underwater, which they should not be doing. And what do? Because they're
Or-
freaking out. They're freaking out. They have an
I am
oxygen line, but they're
going-
freaking out doing this, screaming underwater, not understanding.
I'm gonna do the universal sign for like don't panic. Like 42?
the answer to everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna throw like some don't panic motions at them.
You're throwing gang signs, you're giving them pieces.
And then
I'm gonna say make a persuasion roll, and if you roll well, they will calm down, and if they don't, then we'll see what happens, because they are a human, and humans tend to get the bends if they're screaming underneath the water.
Oh, I forgot about the bends.
Yeah.
I got a 2 + 0.
He's
Oh,
full
no.
he's full panicking and is like trying to gasp for air
Uh-oh.
and trying to like point to the rope that he needs to like help to get up, because this suit essentially is very much weighted. So he's trying, but you're not helping.
I'm going to, especially because Nimith has no charisma, so she has no like concept at all and only sees his panic, and so decides that it's okay to then escort him via her arms, which are not weak, up to the surface.
Okay. I will say make, how do I want to do that?
Uh-oh.
Make a dex roll. See how quickly you do this. And do you have the monkey while you're also doing this?
Oh shoot. That is not concentration.
The bubble.
No,
have
I
to
would
be
like to
refreshed.
hope not.
So it does have to be refreshed every hour. So are we
You're not,
I mean, I
you
would've-
haven't been here for an hour, but
okay, so the monkey's okay. And I'm gonna rush him to the surface.
I'm probably saying he slowly turns and just sees a monkey in a bubble and is also freaking out because he's not understanding what you're doing here. He's not understanding what the hell that's doing under here.
It still has like calm emotions, so it's like a chill monkey.
Yeah, he's just like floating like this for a little while.
It's an 8. So yeah, no.
You are not doing this fast at all. You're linking arms and he is struggling, trying to like fight you, not understanding why you have a monkey in a bubble. The rest of you are seeing the commotion. Are you going to do anything about it?
I'm going to cast a message to Nimith
Okay.
and say, disregarding the human for a moment, to say, remember, if you run out of breath, which may be soon, do not, in front of the human, transform. You need to go back up to the surface and breathe the surface air, or otherwise run away.
I'm gonna say all this has
His
happened.
face just turns into pure panic now.
I'm gonna say 30 seconds has passed, so you about have another minute and a half before you run out of air.
I am grabbing his hand and swimming up as fast as possible after that minute.
He is heavy. How good is your strength? And it's not essentially because he's very big, it's because of what he's wearing.
I have a 0 modifier.
Does anybody want to help her, or are you just gonna let her do her thing?
Do we just see her struggling?
You see her struggling, essentially trying to get this, what you assume is a human based off of what they said, frailing in this armored suit with this heavy helmet on, and she's like panicking, he's panicking, and the monkey's just blasé behind them.
There are a lot of bubbles.
Yeah, there's a lot of bubbles, things are being thrashed around. He's frantically pointing at this cord, you don't know what it is.
To help them get up to the surface, I'm gonna cast Shape Water to change the flow of the water to like help the current move upward to give them a bit of a push.
Okay. Anybody else?
Blueberry, seeing the bubbles, will
Oh no.
sorry, it's all about the bubbles. Will switch into her human form, but because she has a feature from her class called Gift of the Sea, she can still breathe underwater. So she will go and swim to chase after the bubbles as a human. First, she'll be like, oh, like she looks really uncomfortable with the legs that she has, and she's like, okay, just don't look, just don't look. And then she'll swim over, and she'll just be like playing with the bubbles, and she'll like say underwater because she can't talk anymore. Just
You're just waving at them?
yeah, and swimming around.
I think he's just looking at you and Nimith and like panicking, like this is how I die near a monkey and these two people that I don't understand. What is going on?
It's a hallucination.
He still has air, but you're not really sure how this works, like how this tether works. But you get an idea with that much panic, he's probably not going to have much air for long.
I'm still trying to move him and I upward in all of the panic. Like, it's one of those moments where you're so overwhelmed with anxiety, but you have and you just know that that goal is everything. And so I am like, with every inch of my no strength.
Dorsey, are you helping at all? Or are you just watching the
no,
show?
I was watching for a bit. How close are we to the surface?
I would say now probably like 50, 60 feet. Like he was pretty far underneath the water.
Oh, beautiful. I grab the bubble with the monkey and I push it upwards with my immense strength and I go, be free.
He tries to scream in the bubble, so you just see his mouth open really big. Because he was pretty calm until he got a nice shove from behind.
Be free. And then I pull a patch from my scarf, and what looks like to be a gleaming black tuxedo appears, and I go, well, I know Blueberry doesn't want to look at her legs, so I'm gonna give her the pants, and then I'm gonna wear this over my. I mean, I'm a little concerned about my hats, so I transform into my human self, carrying I put the jacket over, and it sort of forms to my form, and I start to swim quick to Blueberry, and I sort of hand her the pants.
Not talking, she puts on the pants.
I was gonna say, question: does Blueberry understand how pants work, being that you don't like legs?
I do this. I go.
Yeah, she puts her arms in the pants.
Point towards the legs.
So you have Blueberry and Dorsey trying to talk about pants. One of them still can't talk. We have Hugh, who's trying to accelerate.
Oh, was I supposed to help with the guy?
Accelerate the current to get Nimith and this panicking diver up. And Nimith is struggling for her dear life, trying with no strength, trying to pull. And this guy is just like, he's still struggling, but you can tell that he's getting weaker because he's running out of oxygen.
Dorsey, help Nimith get the human up.
I sort of see them pointing upwards, so I feel the way, the sort of control water coming from Hugh, and I'm like, oh, upwards, all right. I don't say that, obviously. I go, and I just sort of grab underneath, and I try to lift the human up.
Okay, you want to do a strength check for me?
I certainly will. I'm pretty strong. You know, you lift weights when you're behind bars. That's gonna be a 15.
15. I'll say you move him another 20 feet.
Oh, we're 30 feet away.
But he's pretty hefty.
Oh, this guy's really heavy.
Not so much, like his suit is heavy, but you're noticing that like his helmet in particular, when you're dragging him, like the center of his weight is that helmet and like any apparatus that he has in the center. But you also know that humans don't breathe underwater, so you maybe should leave that on. And the monkey's floating somewhere above, like almost to the surface now.
Bye, friend.
Is Vanna gonna do anything, Nimith? Or is she just wrapped around you?
Vanna is also helping pull up top. She, at this point, has seen
Nimith trying to pull this creature up. It's going badly, so Vanna will move in and grab the other arm and try to be lifting him up.
Okay, I'm gonna say Dorsey and Nimith roll another strength check. And Nimith, you're almost out of air at this point, and you can feel it in your lungs.
I think what Dorsey's gonna do is that she's going to grab one of the cigarette butts from her necklace, crush it within her sort of like, you see. I sort of neglected to mention she has like pale skin, but right when it gets towards the wrist, sort of midway, it starts to turn black, like she's wearing black gloves, and she just crushes it with sort of her black hands, and a very shadowy, like basically a pollution version of Dorsey starts to appear, grabs onto Nimith and helps her go up as well. So that way we all have as much force as we can to start swimming up.
Okay, I will say with that, either you can roll with advantage, or if you want to give the advantage to Nimith, you can.
I'm gonna give it to Nimith. She can have advantage.
okay. Oof. They are the same.
An 11 on both of them.
Well, I try. I
say you
gotta
move him another 5 feet, which is better than the 2 you got where
I got
you
a
were
24.
struggling in place. 24. I will say that you guys kind of rock it with all 4 of you, including Vanna, on this poor guy who's freaking out towards the surface. And does Blueberry still have pants on her arms instead of legs?
I think she realizes that it's kind of constricting anyways, and she sees the hand signals that she's getting from Dorsey, so she will take this time to switch the pants over to cover her legs.
Okay.
And I guess swim alongside everybody and try and she'll just be like, she's really weak, so she's just gonna like be trying to use her hands to push the current.
I will say, Hugh, if you want to manipulate your current to help propel both of you up, you will be shortly behind Nimith, Nimith and Dorsey and this poor guy.
Yeah, I'll take a moment to. I think I'm gonna cast Alter Self on myself instead of just transforming.
Okay.
So give myself the aquatic adaptation. That way I can breathe underwater and go up beneath them and try to like move the current up with them, with all of us.
I thought you were gonna say you're gonna take a moment to like reevaluate your life.
I mean, yeah, it's also appropriate.
I'm pretty sure this guy is trying to reevaluate his life.
This person will never enter the water again.
He bought a $1,000 diving suit. You know, really.
It may not be his. It may not be his. He may just be doing a job that he got hired to do.
He's quitting.
Yep, this is the last day.
Felt a little tap that he didn't think there was another person down there with.
All spiraled. Another person showed up. There was a monkey.
Push him into the
It
surface.
was only trying to be polite.
You push him up to the surface, and he's still breathing, but this is still very heavy for him, and I will say you're about another 15 feet from what looks like that green water they told you about, and the dock. So are you going to take him to the dock to, like, help get him up there, or are you just going to let him float and possibly sink back down?
Nimith is going to try and help get him up to the surface.
Okay. I will say now that you're not holding your breath anymore, I'm assuming you've reached the water and you've stuck your head out. That if you and Dorsey do this, you won't have an issue trying to get him over there. But he does require some lifting strength, probably, that Dorsey can give you.
That's fine. Me and my my friend can help out. And then the other one goes, Dorsey, you're such a wonderful one. Oh no, actually, it's more like, Dorsey, I will help you whenever you can. And then I look towards the Echo and I go, you're such a cutesy, aren't you, Dorsey?
And about
And I'm just like, I'm a friend of someone? And then it was like, oh.
Oh.
Oh no.
as you two are doing this, Blueberry and Hugh, you finally come and breach the water, and you see Dorsey like talking to what looks like a form of herself, but you're really not sure what the heck that is. But now there's 3 of them, in addition to the diver.
Oh, there's so many distractions. I don't even know which part to address right now.
If we
Why
can
are
get,
there so many Dorseys?
no, there's only 2 Dorseys. There's me and
No,
the
I know
Echo.
there's you, but there's
That's too many.
you two.
That's too many Dorseys.
Oh, I
Emmett.
shoo away the Echo once we get him on the surface. I'm like, all right, we're done. Thank you.
And I will say Blueberry because you're like, you probably never worn pants because you don't like legs. It has that weird feeling like if you've ever spilled water on yourself that your pants are just like rubbing against your legs.
Just
and
wet
you
pants
don't,
are the worst.
You don't like this shirt at all because it keeps hitting you as you swim because they're not like form-fitting pants. They're kind of a little loose, being tuxedo like dress.
No, they're
pants.
actually magical tuxedo pants that form.
Oh, they
legs.
form? Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'll say they're a little loose for flavor, that she doesn't
Sure.
like these. So this is her pet peeve. Like, okay, 1, I have to use my legs. 2, for some reason, I have to wear these things over them.
You're very aware of the inside legs section.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, oh no, it's the worst in real life.
So I'm going to ask, does anybody change back their form since you technically wouldn't see the bottom of you underwater, and this guy's head is now above water?
I'll be a human form.
Thank you.
Yeah, I stayed in human form for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody else has stayed.
Human form.
Okay. I'm going to say you get him to the dock. Do you take his helmet off?
What helmet?
The bubble. What Hugh told you about. That he says
Oh,
it.
thanks God. Oh, shoot. Of course.
Nah, yeah, thanks God.
I
As
grab
Dorsey
on-
has a
Dorsey
space out
got-
moment, she recalls, oh yeah, he said something about a thing on this guy's head.
All right. Turn it. Yes. Pop it off. Hopefully it doesn't take your neck with it.
It doesn't come
careful.
off. It doesn't come off. You just kind of lift his head a little.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Okay. All right. Come on, work with me now.
I take out my tools, which are actually one of the cool things about
Artificer tools, you can turn them into anything you want. It just takes like 20 minutes. So if we have 20 minutes, I will turn my artificer tool into some sort of screwdriver and unscrew his weird helmet.
I will say give me a perception check because you may not have 20 minutes.
Come on. Come on. Work with me.
Is this person conscious?
They're just kind of like they're out of it at this point because they've struggled so much. 9.
It's so traumatic.
He will also be specifically on a lookout to make sure there are no other stray humans noticing.
Okay.
Am I turning your
commotion.
deck too much? Let me know.
So Dorsey's trying to get this thing off this guy. He's exhausted and pretty much out of it. Nimith is trying to figure out how to get it off, but doesn't, just stare kind of blankly at this. Hugh, roll a perception check, and Blueberry, roll a perception check.
Just maybe it's a righty tighty, lefty loosey.
5.
7.
Both of you see a lot of green in the water, and you're starting to see more of those bubbles, so maybe you're in the right area, but you don't see anybody else, at least that for right now.
I'm gonna turn around to look at the cage mask that the guy has. Is he like blinking, conscious, moving?
He's not moving.
Uh-oh.
You can't tell if he ran out of breath or he's just exhausted at this point.
I'm gonna use message on the human
Okay.
to.
Scare him even more.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to like, Dorsey, let me see. To try to face the human toward me, and then put like a finger to my head to be like, okay, I'm speaking to you, and I'm going to use message to say, or to ask, we're here to help you. We saw that you were struggling. Can you instruct us on how to remove the metal around your head? If you're alive, please respond.
You don't get a response, but Dorsey, you see one eye open, and then you kind of like see him slowly kind of turning, like he can't tell if he's delusional because he lost oxygen.
Oh, I'm not gonna do anything, but I will pull out a crowbar.
He goes into full panic again if you pull out the crowbar.
I will
Spare the dying.
Like he starts hyperventilating.
It's fine.
put it underneath
You're
your-
safe.
Now don't worry, you're safe. We're gonna go ahead and put this underneath your neck hole where that little slide is, and we're gonna jam it open, all right? And you're gonna get a lot of.
Dorsey, well, you already rolled a perception check, right? Or no? Did I not make you roll one? I don't think I did.
Dorsey did.
Okay,
Oh,
Dorsey, roll a perception check. I think it was
yeah,
just
I'm
Nimmy.
great at those.
Try.
5.
Nope. You
Can
go
I
at
do
it with
this?
this crowbar.
Oh, great! I put it underneath where, like, the section where the helmet actually slides and like locks into place where the actual suit is.
He's hanging on to, if you guys have ever seen underneath like the dock, like the pillars that support the dock, he's hanging on to it for dear life, looking at you like, I
Now,
can't
don't
go
you
back
worry
in the
now, dear.
water,
We're
and
gonna
I don't
help
know
you
if I
out.
can swim
Right,
fast
fine.
enough to get away from Dorsey.
Can I jam it? Try to pop it open?
You puncture a hole in his suit.
Does water come out?
A little bit of water comes out, but oxygen also comes out.
Well, I mean, we're on the surface. It's fine.
Yeah, but he has a tube that was feeding him oxygen, so you kind of have like a bubble burst in your face of like this pressurized air that was in this guy's suit.
I could cut off that tube. It's fine.
The tube is what's saving him right now for as many panic attacks as this man has had
I
on
want
the
this
way
man
to
to
the
breathe. How do I do this?
Roll an intelligence check.
Why? Oh, natural 20.
Oh, there we go. Thank God. You get a feeling that with the tear you've made with this crowbar, you could probably strong enough to take this whole piece off his head just by ripping the cloth.
Oh, that's what I'm gonna do. Can anyone help me?
Nimith, are you helping, or are you just
Why
like
I'm
it?
totally helping him.
So you
Blueberry
perceive.
will.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Blueberry will come. She'll say, I'll help. And then she'll stand in front of the guy and she will druid craft a flower and say, what? To distract you.
Great, keep him steady. It's just gonna be a big jerky move, so keep him steady.
I'm gonna say between the two of you, you're ripping this off, and he's out of breath and just like about to pass out, and probably passes out in your arms because he doesn't understand anything that's going on. So you're just holding this lifeless body. He's alive, traumatized horribly.
I keep casting the cantrip spare the dying.
Is he finally out of the suit?
His head is.
Oh, good.
We saved him.
I think we did a good deed today.
Well, I mean,
And she's still casting spare the dying.
I see. This is what I mean. Humans are very timid. They're very, very easily frightened. Perhaps if we laid him on top of the dock, so that other humans can come rescue him. I think that would be good.
We could just leave him here.
Humans sink
On the dock?
under the dock.
We'll keep him on the dock. Well, I think they say turn the human on the side so they don't choke on their own, you know.
Yeah. Let's get him on top of the dock, and then we'll be good.
So I tie the rope around his middle that I've been carrying around, and would like to climb up to the top of the dock with my human legs and tie it off so we can get him up easier.
Okay, let me move you guys.
I think what's really funny is that we like to go, our human legs.
I like to think, I like how you guys all thought you were helping, but you were making everything horribly worse.
Absolutely terribly.
We already told you we were the Chaos Crew, all right?
Okay, so let me move you guys. So I will say, because you actually haven't taken a look at him yet, that you're in the dock by these two boats. You think this also might be the location where you're supposed to go, given that the area you were told by Leland and the others, and that all the green matches very much what she told you about. This gentleman is very good looking. He has red hair, very sharp features, very long ears. If any of you are familiar with that, it would be an intelligence or a history check. But I will say, Nimith, what you notice, being what Nimith is he doesn't have two hands. He has like one regular hand that's made out of flesh, and then he has another hand that's made out of kind of what Vana's made out of. It's like a brass with screws in it that he seems to that has his other hand. So this one is not made out of flesh, is right. And he's just passed out.
Nimith is going to go up to the hand that is obviously engineered to some extent and start, like moving the thumb, moving the finger, seeing how it works pretty much, and just seeing what the mechanical aspects of that hand are without trying to really go much further. She has, oh my gosh, I have a whole book here. An aspect that if she spends I don't remember how long it is, let me find my book. But I think it's a short rest equivalent. She can figure out how it works. And so she's starting that process. Not that we're taking a short rest, not making that assumption. But she is definitely in his hand at the moment.
They all move, they move very much like a regular hand would, at least how you think it would. So each appendage, kind of flex in a way, just like a regular hand would, but it's a lot more stiff. You can tell this is maybe he made it, maybe somebody made it for him. It's kind of it needs some work, but it probably gets the job done for what he needs.
I almost start tweaking it while I'm looking at it with my kit, where I'm oh, you need a little WD-40 here, and you need a little.
What are the rest of you doing? Why she's literally just has this man's hand, and she's very fascinated by it. But he's
handling his hand.
Yeah, but he's passed out on the dock with you guys.
I'm gonna get up on the dock and just get uncomfortably close to his head, just to inspect him. And I'm gonna pull out my notebook, which doubles as my spell book, which is really just seaweed that I've kind of carved into a bit, and start taking notes. When you said his ears are long, are they elven or Okay.
Yeah, so they're he's essentially a half elf. He's got very fair complected. He has red hair. Something that unique other than his hand not being a real hand, he has the sides of his hair buzzed, so he only has the top part pulled back, and very high elven features.
Devin saw one in the 90s.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Dorsey and Blueberry, if you look here, you can see that the sides of his head are much smaller, thinner, and the follicles that are on the top are very much mimicking how we have fish fins on the top of our bodies. So you can tell that this culture is continuing to have this reverence for our kind, even in the way that they decorate themselves. This is so fascinating.
Oh, I'm looking.
Do not take anything from this human elf.
I don't know. Am I gonna be the only one who's gonna say it? I don't know about y'all, but this man is fucking cute.
He is very handsome. I will give him that, but he's a human elf, so he must stay here in the human elf land, and we will be returning to the not human elf land.
He could be
Have you seen his hand?
He could be like he could be like the monkey. We can keep him down there with the bubble.
No, we can. No. What happened?
I want you guys. Yeah, I was gonna say, make a perception check if you guys see the monkey anywhere.
Oh, where's the monkey?
I got a natural 20.
I got a 3.
Nice.
I'm gonna say that while you all have been having this conversation, he's kind of perched up in the corner of the dock, hanging on, being very quiet, hoping you all don't notice it. while he still has this bubble on his head. And he's just shaking and shivering because now he's all wet.
Okay, the infant has survived. I'm sure it will go back to its mother naturally. That's all that matters.
That makes sense.
That's about right.
Yeah.
Blueberry
As
will
for
go.
the adult...
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go. He's just kind of rambling to himself. A bunch of
I know,
nothing.
I feel like Hugh's over there measuring this guy's ears, like to see for comparison if it matches his notes. What's Blueberry doing?
Like sketching a picture of his face.
Blueberry will go over to this guy and sit down cross-legged, like right next to, I guess, his head, make some space, and she'll be like, "Oh, hi, I know you're just resting right now, but I thought I would impart some wisdom. My parents always said what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So you're gonna wake up from this so much better than you were before."
I think he turns towards you and wonders why somebody's talking so loudly in his ear.
Oh, he's awake.
And why he feels somebody else on his other ear with something like a stick or made out of metal, depending on where your measuring tape is made out of. And then another person who has his hand about a foot in the air, inspecting it with the fingers, and he just like looks at you, Blueberry, and looks around, and he's like, either I hit my head, or I've died and gone to hell.
Or
This isn't hell.
you've gone to heaven.
None of those are accurate. You've gone to the human, regular,
You're the surface.
surface.
Yeah.
Who made your hand?
That is, don't be rude.
He just like politely puts his hand on your face and then just tells you, shh. What?
We're just a bunch of sorority sisters that decided to go swimming, and we happened to see you down there.
You can tell that
Question
he's
for you. How do you feel about my pants? And Blueberry will stand up and turn around and say, "I feel like they fit pretty good, but I put them on in the water." Wait, this doesn't make any sense.
I like the zippers on the butt. Like it's like a male's tuxedo and it's on the butt side.
He looks around and he was like, didn't y'all have like a monkey or something? Or did I hit my head a little bit too hard? And why do you put pants on in the water?
You're wearing pants, aren't you?
This is a diving suit. Well, it was a diving suit. You don't normally put pants on in the water. You normally have some kind of suit or bathing suit or something.
Well, hi there, sweetie. What's your name?
Why are you wearing a tuxedo in the water? Is that a stupid question at this point?
My bathing
You
suit.
said suits for the water, right?
Uh-huh.
Wait, I'm sorry. I need to clarify. Am I wearing the pants to your suit?
You're wearing the pants to my suit, so I'm
Dorsey's
wearing the jacket.
and the top, and
Yeah.
Blueberry's just wearing the pants. So this guy's looking at you too like, I don't understand any of this. I didn't understand before. I really don't understand now.
I have the shoes, but I just didn't pass them out. No one likes the shoes. Yeah.
Are most humanoid creatures on the surface quite as handsome? Do they look like you?
He smiles a little bit. I don't know if that's like a backhanded compliment.
No, we're saying you're fucking hot.
Absolutely.
Wait, who made your hand though? Like,
We're never gonna finish this adventure.
We're stuck. This dude is staying with us.
This is the end.
We are 10 minutes away from break, and we haven't done anything. We made it to the surface. We traveled. That's what we did today.
You tried to kill a man. You thought you were helping the man.
Oh, while they're doing that, Dorsey pulls another patch. It looks like a potion with a little mint in it.
Blueberry,
She
since
swigs
you
it, and
asked
it's a
him
potion
what
of
you
minty
look
breath.
like, just make me a general charisma roll.
Oh, that's her thing. Dirty 20.
Ooh.
Okay. And he's like, he turns around and tells you, he's like, listen, you don't normally wear pants in the water, but you're very pretty, so they look fine on you, but you don't normally do that because they get stuck together. Why is your friend winking at me like that?
Oh, Blueberry, you got him in your hands.
My hand. Touching him.
What? Who made his hand?
Oh, right.
Jesus.
Do you ask him?
Oh no!
No, I'm saying Blueberry, do you ask for Nimbus who made your hand?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, who made your hands? Speaking of hands, there's so much hands. Who made your hand?
He points for what you now see, a sign and a poor imitation of what a dolphin looks like, with very big eyes and a creepy smile, but instead of having dolphin teeth, they look like human teeth or mermaid teeth. It says the Happy Dolphin, and he just kind of points to the sign and says, it was part of the job when I signed up. They gave it to
Creepy
me.
dolphin made your hand?
No, the plant. That's a plant.
No, that's a
plant
build.
made your hand?
That's a building, honey. That's not a plant.
Yeah,
It's a
this is a plant.
What kind of plant?
Oh,
Does it have a name?
Blueberry made a plant.
The plant's the Happy Dolphin.
I'm so sorry.
There's a dolphin that's a plant?
No.
Okay, the plant is called the
No,
Happy
no,
Dolphin.
no. Like, are you not from here?
We're
Like,
not
have you
from
not
around
seen
here. Well, we
buildings
kinda are.
before? The building is called a plant. Plant makes things. When I had my job, I like to think I still have it, maybe not so much after that incident, they made this for me.
I nudge you.
Ah.
See, he's got a job.
Plants make oxygen. That's what plants make.
I
So
don't
how
think
do
it
you
makes very much oxygen with metal. I didn't really ask how they made it. They just kind of gave it to me.
So, did you... I hope I am not being presumptuous and or rude in your customs. Did you not have that hand, or did they remove your hand?
I'd had it not so kindly removed.
Is that the requirement to
by
get a
the-
job?
Yeah, by the building?
No, not by the building. I used to be a fisherman, and well, accidents happen.
Fish. Which was it, a fish or a man?
Do you have your fish eating habits? I mean, sharks do, but fish.
No, I got it caught going over a net. We were trying to get a haul of fish out, but my hand got caught and we had to cut it off because it was either my hand or going over the boat.
I lean over to Blueberry and I go, never mind, he's not hot anymore. He's a fisherman.
I still don't know which one it is.
Oh, it's the same word. One word, fisherman.
We caught fish to eat.
See?
Not very nice. I just want to let you know that you might have lost your job, but it might be for the best.
You should eat this plant. Plants are great.
You can't eat
Yeah.
buildings.
No, these plants. And she'll craft another flower.
He'll take it from you because he semi likes Blueberry. The other people, he's just confused in general about why you're asking him so many questions, and is not really sure if you meant to almost kill him or helped him or
I get
what's
the
just going
crowbar
on.
and I throw it into the water.
You throw what into the
The
water?
crowbar. I'm like, oh.
They're gonna be pretty pissed about that suit. That thing costs a couple $100.
Speaking of which, we need to look into this plant of yours. Maybe you can give us a tour, or if there's someone we can talk to.
He just points. Well, you don't exactly get in there unless you work there.
Well, that's perfect because you work there, and we would like to be in there. So I think we could have a very helpful friendship going.
My partner Hugh is an aficionado of things that are up here, and is very good at researching that. And so a tour for Hugh would be the best thing you could possibly do because he's so good at figuring things out. And
He's a hold me.
What the hell's a hold me?
I'm so glad you asked. And he starts to go into an explanation. and then pauses because he realizes he's talking to a land-dwelling mammal.
He points. He points to the flower as Hugh's holding, like, having this conversation that he's not sure what the hell he's talking about, and he points to like you, Blueberry, and it says, "Can I eat this?" Or
it might be a little bitter, but yeah, go for it.
Are you hungry? Wait, no, I got better things. And I pull out some dried, or some seaweed that has not been dried. That is like in a seaweed salad. And I hand it over to him from my, like, rations. This is much better than that. Yeah. Here.
he takes a little bit and just tries to munch on it because he's freaking exhausted.
I give him the potion of minty freshness.
What is that?
It's a little potion bottle that has a little mint leaf in it.
I don't think I've ever eaten a mint leaf before.
No, it's water. You can drink it. It's a potion.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, why? I'm not good at those.
I would be helping if possible.
Okay, you can roll with advantage.
Oh, okay. That's gonna help
she's
out.
trying to feed him some seaweed.
18.
Okay, he'll take it from you.
It's like
He
what would fresh
uncorks
gum
it,
do to
and
you?
he's like, "Why does it smell funny?" And he goes and chugs it, and then spits it halfway out, like in your face, because he doesn't know what the hell he just drank.
I told you it was minty fresh. It makes your breath smell nice.
That tastes like mouthwash. People don't drink that.
Oh, is that what it is?
Do you not know what mouthwash is? Have you never brushed your teeth before?
I've been working.
Yes, you were talking about the toothbrush earlier, and you were going to redo yours. Wink, wink.
That's right. I just need more hair.
Actually, do you mind if I take some of your hair? I heard that it's really good for lots of things.
He just pulls.
It is a lovely color.
He just pulls it back. Yes, I mind.
Oh, okay. Right. That's fair. What's your name? Did we find out what your name is?
Before I was short of dying, I think, is Kaylin.
Kaylin. Hi, Blueberry.
Nice to. Your mama named you Blueberry?
That's a rock, so you shouldn't tease her.
No, I'm
Kaylin
just.
is a rock.
I've never heard that before, but it's just interesting. I've never met anybody named Blueberry, but nice to meet you, Blueberry.
My parents thought they're the prettiest fruits that existed, so they named me after them, okay?
Kaylin is a white rock that exists, and people use it in pottery, and people use it in different things, and so
Crash
your
knows
name is
this.
the same as hers.
Mm-hmm.
Crash knows this.
That's incredible.
He just turns. He's like, and I'm the asshole for saying that her name is weird, but yet you're talking about mouthwash and hair and brushes.
Everything is weird until you experience it.
Oh, well, things can be weird when you experience it. I would consider this situation a bit weird.
Can we go to the plant? Is that loud?
It's not really allowed unless you work there. I know I work there, I understand, but I
How
can't
do we
just
get a
be.
job?
You gotta talk to Shaw, and I don't know if he'd want y'all working there because, well,
Oh, don't worry. We're real persuasive.
That sounds like a threat, Dorsey. You can't just say things like that.
Why?
Remember how humans are skittish?
They're very skittish.
how high are you saying this, Nimith? How loudly?
I'm not a good whisper.
I'm gonna try a stealth roll, but it is not my strength.
Okay, go ahead, try. I was like, are you shouting? You know humans are skittish.
Ooh, I got a 15. Wait, plus 2, so 17.
Okay, I'll say that he's preoccupied with the rest of you guys, so he doesn't hear you shout that humans are skittish. You say it under your breath instead.
What was his name? Shaw?
Yeah. Big fella, doesn't say much.
Oh, big fella, really?
Mm-hmm. You
Really?
can't miss him, he's freaking blue.
Well, he sounds like right up our alley.
In more ways than one, the way you're talking.
Oh, you're funny, and I slapped the back of his.
And he like spits
back.
out some water and the seaweed that Nimith just trying to feed him.
No, you're supposed to swallow that, silly.
You're not supposed to hit somebody when they're eating.
Yeah, but you're being silly. All right. Well, thank you. Rock name.
That's not my name.
Kaylin?
Kaylin.
It was a pleasure to meet you.
Well, what are you?
Yeah. It was.
Okay. So he gets up. He kind of like in a torn diver suit, mind you. His helmet's one way. There's still a monkey shivering underneath the dock somewhere. That's probably you hear little whimpers.
That's fine. He'll let us know.
And he starts to get up and he tells you, well, if you want to meet Shaw, I can at least introduce you. I just can't let you in the building.
That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think, because we're right on time, that is where we will take our break. Our 10-minute break. Our group has almost killed a man multiple times. Almost has killed a monkey that wasn't a sea monkey, but has somehow gotten to their destination.
We traveled.
We made it to point B.
We haven't even got into the facility just yet.
Nope.
Hopefully you will and not do anything else to negate that, but we don't know. And you still have a frightened and shivering monkey with a bubble around his head.
Oh, we're not gonna do anything. We're literally just leave him out.
He's free.
Yeah, we don't care.
Yeah, he's free.
He's free to do things. All right. Well, thank you so much. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, guys. So see you in 10. And we're back.
We are back with our chaos group full of mermaids that currently all look like humans at the moment, trying to infiltrate the infamous Happy Dolphin plant, or at least trying, if they don't kill one of their workers
By the way,
first.
did you mention the dolphin had human teeth?
So it's not like a regular dolphin smile, it's just like a poorly rendered animated dolphin that has like really bugged out eyes and like supposed to be like a happy smile, like a happy dolphin, but it's human teeth.
I also did mean to ask, are we like, I assume we're wearing some form of clothes?
That's what I was asking Mike. I was like, wait a minute.
Do we have
Blueberry
clothes?
has your pants, so what the hell are you
We
wearing?
have like magical girl clothes.
I will say that like maybe a form of either a skirt or like a form-fitting set of pants matches the color of whatever your fin would have been.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you guys aren't just like stark naked.
I was sitting there for a minute and I was like, wait, is this like a guy having to deal with almost dying, being attacked by these strangers, bombarding him with questions, and they're all naked?
Yeah.
I feel like the
Okay.
naked thing, he would be more intrigued than be like, I mean, out of all of the things, that's the most normal. He's like, you are at a beach. There are half-naked people at the beach.
I was just laughing because I thought I was wearing a tuxedo top, but
With
no bottom.
No bottom. I know.
Just
Right.
completely naked bottom
Yeah.
half.
Hi there.
I was like,
That's what my imagination was going with where Nebida was like she has the shirt on.
I think I like to imagine that my red ruby fins sort of wrap around, and then when I transform to human, they turn into like a skirt.
yeah, that's why I said if it's you want pants or a skirt or something like that, I would just say it would match the same color as your tail would normally be.
I feel like Nemona actually came prepared, having been in this form before, and has like a pair of like the bright shorts with the flowers on them.
Like
yellow
bright
and
cargo
yellow.
shorts.
Exactly.
So we're gonna meet Shaw. You're gonna introduce us.
Yeah, he's like gotten up and like doing this to you. You do see him like look for something and he's just like trying to unzip out of the suit. He has clothes on, Dorsey, so hang on tight. He slips out of the suit and he gets like something around his neck and he holds it up to this like little black box. You don't know what it is, but he like taps it, shakes it off of the water, taps it, and he just tells you that I'll be right back. And like it opens the door, it makes a little beeping sound, and then he goes in.
Oh,
he's-
where are we? Wait, did we walk out the docks?
He's left you out there on the docks because he told you he couldn't like bring you in. So he's gonna supposedly go get Shaw.
Oh, he's bringing someone to us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Wait, so we wait.
Yeah, you wait here. I can't bring you in.
Got it.
Okay.
And he just,
While we're waiting, I'm gonna take the shirt that I had used to demonstrate to the council, and I'm gonna put it on.
what does your shirt look like?
I'm gonna say for continuity's sake, it does just look like this, like a green, almost like mesh shirt.
And your bottom is, remind me, because isn't your fin like two different colors?
It is. I think it would be just like black pants, but like with a spotted pattern toward the bottoms of it.
Okay.
Oh, rad.
We'll go around and describe. So that's how Hugh looks. Nimith has like cargo floral shorts, or like the pinkish tank top or crop top. Dorsey has a red skirt, and you have a tuxedo top.
Yeah, I've got a red skirt, tuxedo top. I look like I'm a businesswoman right now.
And baseball, like.
Yeah, you probably have baseball caps slightly sticking out because it's like your bra, but it doesn't exactly form fit you with a tuxedo over it. It looks a little weird. And then Blueberry, what's your top at least? You got tuxedo pants on, no shoes. None of you guys have shoes that I'm aware of.
No, definitely no shoes. She's just got like a t-shirt, crop top, like aqua shirt. Completely doesn't match the style of the pants, but it matches the color of her hair.
Okay. I will say, like, Nimith and Hugh probably look the most beachgoer-ish. Dorsey and Blueberry are probably a little confusing to look at for this guy, and probably for whoever else.
We're like business casual.
But I'm really curious, what's on your baseball caps? Like, are they baseball teams? Like, is the Yankees peeking out, or is it like Harry Potter?
Well, since I'm wearing the jacket, it's black, and I'm wearing the white shirt underneath, right? But because of my hats are black, it's definitely you could see a little bit of it shining through, especially since now it's pretty wet. It's kind of like a wet t-shirt contest up in here. You see one that says Raiders. What's another black colored sports team?
Steelers.
What? Yeah, the other one says Steelers.
Black and silver.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Y'all are a hot mess.
Yep.
Can I get a group perception check from everybody?
Oh yeah.
9.
That's gonna be a 4.
Oh boy.
6.
21.
Oh, thank
21. Thank God.
Atlantis.
Dorsey, you're just looking down at your shirt now that somebody's called attention to it, wondering if this is how this actually goes.
I'm just noticing that the little tops of the hat, the little nubbins, look like a nipple.
It's okay, Blueberry. It adds to the makes it look more real. Wait, do mermaids have nipples? I don't know. Oh, God. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
I don't
know what too much it is.
I think this scenario has broken us. This entire scenario.
Nimith is still fascinated and probably thinking to herself about this man's hand. Still.
For sure.
Hugh is just being Hugh and furiously writing down everything that he just learned that this guy just said. And Blueberry, as easily distracted as you are, you still notice, I'm going to move her over, somebody kind of like peeking out at you guys through a different door. And the reason why you notice her is because her skin is blue and very noticeable. And she's just kind of peeking out at you guys, like wondering what the hell the commotion is outside and who the hell did Kaylin bring back.
Blueberry will wave.
She just looks at you and she peeks her head out. And with a 21 perception, she's not too far away. She's maybe about 10-15 feet away from you. But you do see a set of gills on her. On her neck.
I wasn't the 21.
Oh,
I had a
I'm sorry.
9.
Who's the 21?
It was you.
Oh, Hugh. You see the gills on her. And the blue skin.
Okay. Gonna break Hugh for a moment. Land-dwelling mammal ? With gills ? Is he aware of like tritons and creatures like that?
Yeah, you're aware of tritons and things like that.
Okay. He'll like look over, squint at this person. Do you think that's Shaw? Since Kaylin said that he was blue.
Well,
Or they were
that's
blue?
she's female.
Yeah,
But she did
Shaw the person blue.
He did tell you that Shaw was a male. He said
okay.
he. Yeah.
There's another blue person. This person has gills. Do you think there's another?
Probably not. Hugh, as male and female and non-binary all exist within surface dweller gender.
This makes sense. This makes sense. What do we do since we're being watched?
You just go talk to them.
No, she doesn't think you've seen her yet. She's just looking at you kind of like through the corner like, what the hell are they doing over there?
Maybe Blueberry should talk to her because Blueberry is nice. I am not nice. And you're nice, but you're pushy. And Doris is nice, but she'll steal shit. So maybe we should send Blueberry.
What's around me that I can take?
Oh, there's a lot of stuff. Roll me a perception check, though.
13.
No.
13. Let's see.
So like a...
How many? Are you just looking for anything?
I don't care. I'll take whatever I can get.
Oh. I have a new tool, a new toy, so this should be interesting.
Oh, cool.
You see multiple crates around you because this is a manufacturing plant. There is a ton of stuff around. You see.
I'm so sorry. I promise not to be chaotic. The moment we were in break time, I broke it immediately.
You see peeking out of one of the crates. It looks like what does Dorsey think a comb is?
A cone?
A comb, like to comb your hair.
Oh, comb? Oh man, it's like little black teeth.
Dorsey sees a lot of little black teeth sticking out from this crate.
Oh. I just sort of slide my black. Oh no, I'm like my glove covered hand at this point. I'm like, I'm gonna take one of these and put it up in here.
And it has the happy dolphin logo on it.
Oh, I gotta scratch that out.
And it also says eco-friendly on it.
Oh, that's
like,
nice. It's
sustainably made.
Eco. I don't know who he is, but that's nice.
So what's Hugh's plan with the blue person? Because she's still looking at you guys, but she doesn't think she's been seen just yet.
You know, surface dwellers are very skittish. I think if we just act very natural for the environment, maybe she'll go away.
We should give him a hair.
I have a question. Does anybody have visible fins? While you do transform your legs, does anybody have anything on their neck or in their hair or anything that would lead anyone to believe that you're something other than what you look like?
Nimith does have thin ears. Normally on surface, she has long hair that hides those, which I imagine is down yet wet, so that's questionable how well they're hidden.
Okay. Anybody else?
Hugh has like some markings on his shoulder that match the spots on his tail, which are now on his pants, kind of covering his shoulders, and a bit on his face as well.
Okay.
They're a bit too they're not quite like small enough to be freckles.
What about Blueberry or Dorsey?
Very probably the same. I imagine it. Like her scales on her face are more aqua, but when she's in human form, they sort of dull their shine, I guess you could say.
Okay.
Yeah, Dorsey has like sort of like these little black spots on her shoulders. When she turns into human form, they just sort of meld a little closer into the skin instead of like propping upwards.
Okay.
It looks odd.
I think Dorsey's whole ensemble is.
But the thing is, you don't see him because I'm wearing a jacket.
It's true.
She's gonna peek out and start walking towards you. She doesn't appear to be violent, but she's gonna make a perception check to see what she notices about you.
We're being approached. Natural.
Additionally, Vana has turned into her land mode, so she looks like a little metal sea urchin that is now sitting on Nemeth's shoulder.
Well, I bounced my dice. I bounced my dice and got a natural 20, so she sees a lot about you guys.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, just acting natural is just drawing a circle in his notebook over and over again.
And she just looks at you and she's like, long way from home, huh?
No, what gives you that impression?
Well, she's got half a tuxedo on. And for some
Me or
reason,
her?
she's got the other half. She points at Blueberry. And for some reason, you think a bra is made out of hats.
All right.
It's called upcycling. Actually, it's reusing different items that we can find around to craft. We're very crafty, isn't that right? Crew.
Crafty I can be. And she makes another flower.
Very crafty.
Here.
You're
can have it.
So, yeah.
She's like, you're very bad at hiding up here. And she just like kind of taps her fins a little bit that she or not her fins, her gills that are sticking out a little bit. And I will say, Hugh, since you made a point of it, if anybody else wants to say that for whatever reason they know, I would think you all would know what a Triton is. This is what she is. So this is Cordelia. Cordelia is all blue. She sports her gills willingly. She doesn't try to hide them. She just has them out for show. And she also has a very similar thing around her neck that looks like a little square that Kaylin had. And then she has a little name tag.
What was her name?
Cordelia.
Cordelia. Got it.
Would I be able to deduce that she is also working with this plant?
I would think so. You would think because they have the same thing around their neck, and that she came out of the building, that she probably works here or knows about it.
And I'm not like, is she a prisoner? No, she's working. Okay, so Nemina's gonna like tap on her name tag, like no kind of personal bubble space recognition right now, as she is another sea creature, and say, well, it looks like you could help us, and smile, maybe not so willingly.
Help you with what exactly?
Well, this guy had this hand, and I didn't have enough time to really actually study it, but he said that this other guy made it for him, and he was going to go get him, but I don't think they're actually coming back now, and we need to figure out why the water is getting polluted, along with just, like, the random disappearance with some sea animals. I really like sea animals. Personally, I like Vana the best, but, you know, they all can't be sea urchins or octopuses, so, you know, it's relatively speaking about what that's going on. But Hugh's really the expert, and then I shut up and stand back.
She looks at you as you tap on her little name tag, and like she puts one finger up and she moves your hair out of the way to like see your ears and your fins, and she's just like, oh, you are a very long way from home.
Yeah, I'm the Hugh figure that my compatriot mentioned, Hugh Mannington. I am a, since you seem to be from below the surface, human and other land-dwelling mammal expert, hold me for short. As she said, we're here to tour this plant to see what's going on.
Yeah, you don't really get a look-see. You probably won't like the things you see.
We're just, seeing what there is to see, sightseeing, things like that.
Educational purposes only.
What was that?
Educational purposes only.
Absolutely.
Who sent you out of curiosity?
Scholars.
The best.
Make a
The
deception.
best scholars.
Make a deception check, you.
Natural 20.
Hey!
Wow.
Plus
5.
She asks you, which scholars?
Well, there's like a red one, there's a blue one, and there's like one that looks like a goldfish.
She looks at you as you say goldfish, and she's like, you mean Isla?
Oh, you're aware of them. That's nice.
Oh, you know them. Okay, that's fantastic. Are you friendly?
Well, I've been up here for 6 months trying to figure out what the hell's going on around here, but I had to
You've
get
been
a
sent
job.
up here too. Did they send you 6 months ago?
Well, they didn't send me. And then she flashes you another badge. None of you know what the hell that is, but it's essentially a little badge that she hides. That's like the Greenpeace badge. So she's like against pollution and everything else. So it's not so much it's for your benefit. She just like shines it at you, and then she's like,
I don't know what that means.
It looks like authority. We should agree.
Oh, you're a cop. I'm sorry. I didn't
I'm
mean
not
to
a
do that.
cop.
I'll put back the teeth.
Teeth?
Teeth?
Why does the dolphin have teeth?
Oh, humans think it's funny. Like it's a happy dolphin, but it's really like a terrifying dolphin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't part of what they call the marketing team when they did that. I've only been here for like 6 months, and it's not pretty.
So,
Here.
Oh, I'm trying to destroy it from the inside out, but I'm not allowed to tell them that, obviously, otherwise I lose my job and my access to the inside.
What about a bomb? I've heard of these.
No. Do you know what a bomb does?
It destroys things. That's really all I know.
Yeah,
And
well,
I hear it's very good at destroying.
It also would destroy a lot of the sea life, what's left around it. And possibly the human life that's in here. They're not great, but they just do their job and leave.
What about a grenade then?
Because I hear that's like a bomb, but lesser.
No. Listen. I'm assuming he went to go get Shaw.
Yeah,
Shaw doesn't talk a whole lot, and he's not very easily impressed.
Well, we were sent up here to sort of stop all that sort of green bubbles that are happening down there. Are you saying that this building, they keep calling it a plant. That's weird. Is this plant, that's so dumb, the thing causing the green bubbles?
Pretty much.
Oh, well then we're just gotta stop the plant.
Yeah,
Blueberry, how do you kill a plant?
You ungrow it.
What?
Okay.
Ungrow.
Ungrow it. Well, let's go. We gotta ungrow this plant.
It doesn't work like that around here. You don't just destroy a building. That's how you get arrested, if not worse.
Oh, I don't want to
Right.
get arrested.
Again, we don't want to spook the land-dwelling mammals and humans. So, but you've been here 6 months and you haven't, to be frank, made any noticeable progress. So
She looks at you. One.
Hugh's got a point.
I'm one person. And somehow the four of you almost assume killed Kalen or almost killed him.
Oh, you saw that?
Well, he didn't look too happy when he went in the door.
Saved him.
Yeah.
We saved him, and like I was telling him, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. We did him a favor.
Well, to be fair, he's almost been killed a couple of times.
So he must be the strongest man in the world.
No, I still think that'd be Shaw. Shaw could probably break your back.
How many times did he almost die?
Oh. There's a reason why Shaw runs the plant. He doesn't ask questions. He does what he's told, and he does.
Oh, so he's like Gardner.
No,
if we tell him to stop the plant and he does what he's told, will he stop the plant if we tell him?
No.
That is a great idea, you. Well, how can we
Look like people he will listen to.
How it works here is you have a job. You report to somebody else that lets you keep your job. You don't tend to listen to somebody else.
All right, maybe Mr. Shaw can give us a job, and we'll work on the inside.
But she's been doing that, and that hasn't really worked.
Yeah, you proved that didn't work.
I would like to return to the bomb idea.
No. Listen.
I would rather not kill the humans.
We could wait till they're gone.
I don't think Isla would like it very much if you just killed everybody up here.
Okay, well, maybe, I mean, you were one person and you couldn't get it done. Maybe since we're 4 people, we
I've
can get
been
it done.
taking my time to figure shit out.
Well, we'll have you figured out. What can we do?
Well, one, they get rid of the bodies awful fast. That's Shaw's job.
What?
Bodies.
If there are already bodies.
Well, I'm sure that's why Isla sent you. There's no bodies to be in the water, even though that they pollute the water with that stuff.
Have we been breathing in dead bodies?
Oh no. Shaw makes sure he excavates. He's the excavator of the plant.
So he is like the gardener.
Kind of, but he doesn't stick them back in the water. As far as I got it, he gives them to something or someone. I don't know where though.
Could you get us inside the plant? We could sneak around.
Not if I don't want to keep my job.
Isn't he supposed to come talk to us though? Like, do you think that Rock Man would actually
Bring out this Shaw guy to us.
He looks at you when you say rock band. You mean Kalen?
It's a kind of rock, but yes, the Rock Man.
Lord. She certainly sent you a interesting group.
What if we grab Shaw and we bring him underwater for a trial? Can he hold his breath for a long time?
Good luck.
Well, there was the bubble tap. We made the monkey.
What?
Oh, over there.
She looks over there, and the monkey's still just shivering. Why do you have a monkey?
Long story.
Dorsey wanted a pet.
I wanted a pet. That's the story. It was long.
You put a monkey underwater and expected it to live?
I mean,
there.
Didn't expect, but it happened. So we're capable of great things.
Uh-huh.
Do you think that if when Shaw comes out, since you're one of his employees, you could put in a good word for us, and then maybe he can tour us around and we can make progress?
I'll try, but you guys kind of look like a hot mess.
all right. Well, I mean,
How would we not look like a hot mess? Could I get a name tag and some, I do believe the term is uniform?
You get that if you get the job. Normally you go, listen, it's not that hard to get a job here as long as you have some kind of skill. Although this whole ensemble, I don't think Shaw's gonna find appealing.
well, we'll see what Shaw thinks when they see us, because I think we look pretty damn good.
Well, do you have any skills?
Plenty.
I blow glass.
I create different magics.
And you two?
And Dorsey hits things very well.
I'm very strong. I lifted weights.
You may have an in. I don't know about the rest of you.
Why? You don't want no magic people on your team?
He needs people that lift things, don't ask questions, and just do as he says.
Well, I need them for magical support.
Magical support team. That could be our name.
If you don't say magical, just say if you can. Can you lift a box?
Yes.
You can lift a box magically, and then she'll cast Mage Hand and try and pick up like something off of the deck.
I can create grease and acid.
See, grease, you can move boxes across surfaces much faster.
Tell
Exactly,
him.
Pull it down very easily.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna look at you, Hugh, and tell him that you're good with the gears and you're an engineer. Just lie.
Oh, there you go. I mean, that's not even lying. He is actually good with stuff.
And you, for the love
Thank
of
you.
God, cover up your tuxedo front. That looks like a hot mess. Tell him you're strong. You can lift boxes. And you, I think the hand thing will work just fine because he likes having two people for the price of one. And you, she points to Nimith. What's your deal again?
I suck at people and I'm not very good at much, but I have a great set of tools, and if you give me junk, I make really cool things.
She's like a mechanic.
Yeah.
Also, like an engineer, he's very good with gears.
Tell him you're like a handyman or a handy woman or something.
And I like hold up Vana, and you see the spikes go just a little bit sharper and pointier.
Maybe don't show him that. He's gonna get confused by that.
And I like awkwardly bring it back.
If he doesn't hire you, I'll try to get you in. But you guys make.
Oh, God.
She looks at you. An appearance, to say the least. Just don't piss him off.
Well, in an interview, you're supposed to stand out. Look at us.
This is not what they mean. Anyway, she goes, I'll be back. Don't touch anything. And I don't know what teeth you stole, but there shouldn't be any teeth around here. And she goes,
Come on. I pull it out of my hair. Check it out.
Wow.
I think they're teeth. I don't know. Here, I'll give one to you. There's an open box. I'll get everyone one. I quickly rushed while she's away.
and she's gonna go back in the building. And you see her do the same thing with this little, like, little not round, but little square thing that she has around her neck, and she holds it up to the little black box, and she opens the door, and it closes behind her.
It's like they need that little square to get inside.
I think the square is very important.
We need a square.
Do you want to go inspect the door?
Sure.
Are you just hanging tight?
Anyone want to inspect this door?
I'll inspect the door.
Here, you two go inspect the door. I'm gonna hand out some teeth to people.
Make an investigation roll.
13.
I didn't like Titan's face was.
You know,
it's not horrible. It's not great.
I rolled a 7, so.
What was that?
I rolled 21.
Oh, there you go. We'll say both that Hugh and Nimith are looking at this, so it's not horribly. So this door is a steel door. It is it's not a light door. That little box that they keep holding, what looks to be like a little square of their own too, is on all black, and it has a tiny little red and green light. And then on the top, it has in multiple languages, caution, keep out. So it has it in common. It has it in a language you don't know.
Spanish.
Which is Spanish. And then another language that you don't know.
Mandarin.
What that is. And then it says employees only.
So with my helm of understanding, I can actually read those, or is it only spoken?
No, I will say that Nimith, because I did look up what you're thinking actually, you understand what it says, that essentially it says the same thing just in multiple languages, but I think Hugh's probably staring at this awfully hard, trying to figure out what it says and what it actually means in the other three.
Hugh, it says caution, we shouldn't go in there, but that's where we're trying to go.
Yeah, I can read the common part. It's the rest of it underneath it that I'm struggling with.
It's just caution, caution, caution.
Oh, it's all the same thing?
Yeah, there's two more different languages. One is Espanol, and the other one is Mandarin. It's like an orange.
Okay. Yeah. I think I know what that is.
Is there a window?
Yeah, orange language.
Is there a window on a second story or something?
Yeah, there's windows. They're very high up though.
How high are we talking about?
Probably at least more than 30 feet off the ground.
All right.
You're on the lower level right now.
Dorsey reaches back to her scarf, pulls out a patch, throws it at the floor, and a ladder shoots up.
Well,
What does Dorsey think this ladder is? Does she think
What do
it's
I
a
think
ladder?
this ladder is? I think it's a human climber.
Do you climb up it?
Yeah, I'm gonna climb up it. I'm gonna go see what's inside.
Make a stealth check.
Oh, I'm actually good at that. Cause I steal for a living. Alright, that's gonna be a 17.
Okay. Nobody comes out. And Style tells you to get off the damn ladder. Are you looking through the window?
I'm gonna see through the window.
You see more crates and railings. It looks like there's a platform, a very thin railing that people could walk on. And it's just elevated, but right now it's empty. Nobody's there right now.
It's like a catfish walk.
What else are you doing?
So there's no one really in there?
There's no one really in there walking around right now.
There's no one in there! He's empty!
At least that you can see on this level.
You need a square, though, or else he'll know you don't work there.
Start going through my patches. Do I have a square? I can pull out a bar of soap.
What's everybody's passive out of curiosity? And what is Blueberry doing? Why two of you are at the door? Somebody, Dorsey, is on the ladder.
Blueberry is zoned out. She is sitting on the edge of the dock, with her feet in the water, and she's kicking her feet together to make bubbles in the water, and she's just staring at them.
Oh.
Okay. What's everybody's passive then? Their passive
12.
perception.
10.
Well, 12.
Nimith.
Calculating, sorry. Not good. 12.
I will say, even with not such great passive perception, the feet are heavy enough where you can start hearing footsteps coming towards the door.
Somebody's coming, somebody's coming, somebody's coming.
Back away from the door.
Now, does your ladder go back, or is it
Nope,
just
it's still there.
out?
I grab it because I'm strong and I toss it into the water.
Oh, Lord.
Dorsey has been doing the most polluting since we've showed up.
I know.
Yeah.
Are you supposed to make it better or make it worse, Darcy?
Are you asking me that
Grab
question?
it on my desk.
God?
Yeah, God's asking you.
It's your conscience.
And for these heavy, and I do mean heavy footsteps, a lot heavier than in comparison to Kaylin or Cordelia at all. You barely even heard her. You just happened to notice because she was blue and spying around the corner. You see essentially what is a half orc coming your way. Greenish aqua skin, various tattoos. And I would say you guys are kind of familiar with tattoos, that you probably have some at least that have some kind of significance where you're from. All over his body. He's got it all over his arms, his chest, any place you can see. They look very tribal. He looks very stoic. He kind of has like dreadlocks and like little beads in his hair. And this is what you presume to be Shaw, given his reputation and what has been spoken about him by the other two people you've met. And he just kind of comes out and peeks out and looks at you all and just says, I hear you're here for a job, but looks very confused at all of you because of what you're wearing.
I lean into Bubbles and quietly go, remember, green is mean.
Blueberry. Is it her nickname? We're calling you Bubbles.
I know, I was just gonna say, I love that you called her Bubbles. That's great. Blueberry will say, yeah, watch this! And she'll take her mage hand, cast mage hand, and a blue ethereal hand will lift up some boxes. Pretty cool, right?
No, he kind of like nods his head. And you three?
I made this!
What do you hand him?
I don't necessarily like hand it over, but I do put Vanna in my hand, and she looks like a spiky metal sea urchin at the moment, and just put it forward.
I think he just looks at you a little awkward, like, what does it do?
And I like tap, and it turns into an octopus in my hand.
He's thinking to himself, but he just kind of gives you a look and then proceeds to point down the line at you, Hugh. And you?
Well, I don't have any immediate demonstrations of my skills, but I am an engineer. I'm very good with gears and moving parts and creating things.
And he takes a hard look at Dorsey and just points.
I threw that ladder.
Slowly turns and looks over. 1, don't damage the site. You have to pay for those kinds of things.
That was my ladder.
So you just throw shit wherever you want?
I could throw stuff. I'm very strong.
She's very strong. I can attest to that.
And we thought that throwing shit wherever you wanted was part of the job requirement.
I want you guys to make a group persuasion check.
Oh, okay. Not good at those.
Let's see.
For what he thinks of you guys.
13 again.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
16?
Too bad.
Not 20.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, 14.
Okay, you guys didn't do horribly. Thank God for the natural 20.
Oh, you needed that one. Blueberry, what does that total come out to?
What is it? A charisma? Sorry, what is the...
Charisma.
So 25.
Oh,
God.
Well, you definitely, points at you, Blueberry. basically getting 2 for 1. He looks a little confused about Nimith and Dorsey. You two squeamish at all?
No. I don't think Nimith knows what squeamish means.
What about Dorsey?
What was the question? I wasn't paying attention.
Oh god. I said, are you squeamish?
Oh no, I did hard time. I've seen a lot of things.
Give me an insight check.
15.
You also have a feeling that Shaw's done some way harder time than you.
Oh. I bet you stole from a lot of houses. I did so.
Mercy, I thought you said you didn't do anything bad.
Well,
It's alright, just don't put anything in your pocket that don't belong to you here. They got cameras.
Sure, whatever you got him.
He kind of gestures you. Well, we need the hands. Lord knows that she almost killed Kaylin.
I looked at Blueberry and I go,
From what he told me.
That's what they told me I did? I don't believe I did, but you know, he looked like a tough type. I might as well just use what the courts told me I did.
This is also very much Dorsey's type. Because Shaw's built like a brick wall.
Yeah.
He is made to do his job well.
Yeah, as I walk past him, I slap him on the ass.
Oh boy.
He grabs your hand and like moves it out of the way and just tells you, don't do that again.
Sorry, just
And
check.
I whisper, consent is key.
I'm just checking out the goods.
Consent.
So where am I going?
So as you walk in, you see multiple little rooms so far. And then if you look up, you kind of see where like essentially the quote unquote catfish walk that Dorsey was explaining to you. That's a very thin like metal rail throughout. It looks like you could probably get up there and walk around. Multiple rooms. There's crates everywhere of every type of thing that you could imagine. There's combs, there's things of toothpaste, there's things of toothbrushes. Most of you don't know what those things accurately do, but some of you have seen what those things are, at least in passing or collection. And they all have that creepy dolphin logo, and they all say eco-friendly on them. And there's just slews of multiple products in here. And you see tubing, probably like straight ahead, that is pumping out that green bubbles or obnoxious gas.
Does it like smell?
It smells like rot in here.
Ugh.
It doesn't smell good. But like it's kind of aired out given how well like the warehouse is opened up and the plant is opened up with the windows and everything, but it does not smell right. But it doesn't bother Shaw at all, like he's just used to it.
Is it automated or are there people like working the machinery?
It's automated. Like you get a feeling that there's only like a few workers here. That's why he's like, even with you lot, he'd rather have another set of hands, at least for now. And you see Kaylin over there in the corner just trying to like dry off his clothes.
I feel like Nimith is getting lost in how does this shit work. Like, she is like, what's that machine? What does that do? Oh my god, what did that just make? Is this part, what part of this? And she is at Blueberry level of distracted.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. I was just gonna say Blueberry is looking around while whispering to herself, "Mean is green, mean is green, mean is green."
You do see a lot of the green bubbles and like smog in here, and then obviously Shaw is a very bluish green in front of you, and you just see Kaylin and Cordelia kind of talking to each other. They're not really looking at you guys, they're kind of in their own conversation. And Shaw points to Nimith and Dorsey. Well, if you can hold down your food, I have a job for you.
I haven't eaten in weeks.
It just looks at you.
I've had nothing but prison food. I'm ready.
And you see his tag, like Cordelia mentioned, says excavator on it. And he's gonna lead you two, separate from Blueberry and Hugh, into a different room. So we're gonna say you guys are over here.
Oh, so it's Nimith and me?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
Nimith and
nice.
you.
All right.
And he's going to proceed to tell you that I know it says happy dolphin out there, we just do our job, but it ain't that happy. That green sludge or whatever they said is eco-friendly. It kills a lot of stuff, and we need to move the stuff out of the way. We're supposedly not allowed to dump it back in the ocean, but I don't think we're doing a very good job. But
Or not.
Yeah, can we be honest?
yeah, you can be honest. He may give you a reaction, but that's up to you.
Oh, no, I'm asking him.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to agree with my friend here. I don't think you are. Not you personally. I think this is the plant's fault.
Well, they
Are
just...
plants good for the environment?
No, of course not. That's just some bullshit they told the coastline so they could make money.
Oh, I see.
Hey, it's a paycheck. I don't exactly recommend it, but I got a long enough rap sheet, as Dorsey says it. And I don't exactly get a whole lot of jobs, so it's a job. But you...
None of those words. Paycheck and job are like total question marks.
But you two, I need help excavating the bodies.
We didn't even go through like an interview process or anything.
I just really need hands for that whole process. I don't really care what you do or what you look like, as long as you're able.
You got it.
Yes, sir.
There you go. And he's gonna proceed to lead you down like this corridor. It's like a spiral staircase that's going further into the warehouse, but it's going below the ground. It's not going above. And then we're gonna circle back to Blueberry and Hugh, and Cordelia is gonna come out and talk to you guys, and she's gonna be like, I'm surprised he let you in here, but he must be hard up for work.
Yeah,
Hey,
I was also very surprised.
hey, don't say that about yourself. You're really smart. You're gonna be really good. And look, I have this awesome hand that does all the work for me. Cast mage hand, and she'll make it wave.
Listen, the reason why I haven't made much progress is because he feeds those things to something down there. And she rips off her tag and she hands it to you. Just hide it. If you go down lower, probably past where they're going, they feed something in there. And I think it's helping power the plant. So maybe if you let it out, you'll kill their power source. No bombs, like your other friend said.
I'm not interested in ruining the lives of these surface dwellers.
They don't think, but they don't mean anything bad by it. They just do what they're told and stay out of the way.
I understand. Humans are very simple. I understand.
Well, from what Kaylin told me, you guys almost killed him, and for some reason, like multiple times. You know that thing was an air hose, right? When you pinch it, he stops breathing.
I'm gonna like lean over and like wave to Kid.
He just like shakes his head.
Yeah, to be honest, it was not my idea. I was hoping we would just like swim right past him and we wouldn't interact so that he wouldn't be scared, but instead he did get very scared and then, yeah.
We saved him. I don't keep saying that we tried to kill him.
Well, we didn't try to. We just almost did.
He looks alive to me.
It's very fortunate.
Well, don't kill anything on your way down. If you follow the adjacent staircase, you should meet up with your other friends. He's just showing them what they call the nitty-gritty of what some of this job is. And you see her badge says quality assurance.
Ah! Oh, she's a QA.
On it, and you have a feeling that's maybe what she does, since Shaw said excavator on it. I'm just gonna hang back. I'm just gonna tell Shaw you guys went down there to meet your friends. I don't think he'll think about it too much. He's not that bright. But don't make a lot of noise. You guys already seem like you're kind of noisy as a whole.
I resent that statement.
And don't lose the badge. 'Cause it gets you in and out of the doors.
Got it.
Yeah.
She just walks away, and she just like takes like Kaylin's staring at you guys the whole time, and she just like taps him on the back, like, "Come on, we're gonna go to lunch." And he's just giving you guys the side eye. So I'm gonna say I forgot I gotta move Reyna.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. That's on me. So I'm gonna say Dorsey and Nimith, you're over here, and I'm gonna say going down that your adjacent room, even though it's not exactly adjacent, is this room. Right here. And Shaw's gonna essentially tell you guys that so there's a chute over there.
A what?
A chute.
It's a baby plant.
No. It's made out of metal.
All right.
Dead things come down it. And then you take the dead things down the rest of the stairs. And you feed it to Sid.
Oh, Sid likes dead bodies?
Well, I don't know if he likes them that much, but it seems to be getting the job done.
All right.
Don't get too close to Sid. He bites.
Sure.
But it's very
Everything bites.
It's very oh well he's got a very big mouth. Like he's bigger than me. Like
That's a big guy.
Like as big as this room, if not bigger, big.
What is it, if I could ask?
Well, Cordelia calls it a kraken. But
I'm sorry. I think we know what we're underwater folks.
no, you guys may know what it is. Shaw's dumb. He doesn't know what the fuck a kraken is.
Immediately, Dorsey grabs Nimith's shoulder and just goes,
Yeah, he gets real pissy.
With his like jaw on the ground, can't speak.
But she says he needs water, but the people that run the plant don't really give him a whole lot of water. That they just told me he needs to eat something. But he's pretty much what runs the plant. At least energy source
What
wise.
is our relationship with Krakens?
Oh, you stay the hell away from them. You know how big they are, you know how mean they are, and how dangerous they are. And
Okay.
that Tritons generally go out and fight Krakens. But you have a sense of, given the situation, Cordelia probably feels sorry for that thing, because it's not in its environment in any way, shape, or form.
Nevis is having like controlled breathing right now, like trying to stop a panic attack.
Well, it's not that bad as long as you don't get too close. I mean, I think he kind of gets... She says he gets offended because we feed him dolphin. But we don't got anything else to give him.
You got it, boss.
Yes, sir.
It's pretty simple. You don't get bit, you don't get within more than 10, 15 feet. Just throw it over there, he'll do the rest.
You shouldn't feed him dolphin, but okay.
Oh, I mean, we feed him more than dolphin, whatever comes down the chute. That's why I asked if you were squeamish. That's their way of recycling.
This is unlike any plant I have ever studied before.
This is not how plants work, as far as I've
You
known.
know it's not a literal plant. Like, Shaw's dumb, but he's not like that. He knows what a plant is.
Huh?
Well, a plant's just like slang, like a nickname. It's a manufacturing plant. It's a factory. It makes things.
That is very enlightening.
Yeah.
That is. Thank you.
What the hell do you call it where you come from?
We don't worry about it.
Alright. Remember, hands in. Unless you want to be like Kaylin out there. Don't touch.
Is this the fishing net he lost his hand in?
Oh no, he lost his hand in an actual fishing net. I just used that example because that's about the closest I got. It's normally me that feeds him, and I don't get that close.
You seem like a smart man, Chuck.
And
Let's
he
go and move these dead bodies.
And you just start to just see like various sea life come down, and he was like, see, it's already started. And he just walks out. He's like, just take what you can in the bucket.
Frank!
And you take it down there. You just follow, you won't miss him. Follow the steps. And he will leave you to your devices. While your other group does not know any of that, other than Cordelia said they feed something down there.
We gotta go tell Blueberry and Hugh.
So what are Blueberry and Hugh doing going down these stairs? I will say, like, the fumes get stronger the further you go, like, underneath the plant.
This place is putrid.
Blueberry is just like visibly uncomfortable, and she just keeps whispering, "Green is me, green is green, green is green, green is me."
I'm going to lose my mind.
Okay. Also, make a perception check to see, because you guys aren't too far off from each other. You're just, like, coming from different areas that are meeting up. So, you were too focused on both, on Blueberry going, green is me, green is me.
Grading.
Oh no.
That's a 12 for me.
Okay. Anybody else? Do you, Nimith and Dorsey, want to see if they see the opposing friends on the other side? Because right now we're a little bit too focused on what's going on.
12.
Dorsey,
What, we're rolling?
perception.
Perception? 10.
I will say the 12 see each other's feet, but it's so smoggy in here, you're not really sure if it's, like, it should be your friend's feet, because you guys all came in here with no shoes.
It's dark down here?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like
okay.
dark and smoggy.
I'll pull out one of my patches,
Oh, no.
and I'll pull out a little, what looks like to be a bullseye lantern. Lit.
Okay. So it does, you can see shapes now, but I will say the smog is still pretty thick up in here.
That's Blueberry. That's Blueberry? Okay, Blueberry. Green is me and this way. This way. And I am beckoning through the fog.
I'm gonna move you guys
Over here.
Here.
Right here.
Move you over here and say you're underneath going that way. And do you tell each other what you found out?
So it turns out that it's a big old kraken.
Oh, that's good. What are we gonna do?
Why are we here?
Hold, yeah, full stop, back up. We were told that the plant is fed something. The plant is a kraken?
So the plant is a kraken, apparently, which is not my knowledge of flora and fauna. So Hugh, I have to admit to you, and this is very difficult for me, but I'm sorry. You might have been right about the keyboard buttons, because I have never heard of a kraken being a plant before. So you may be right about everything, and I don't know what to do.
Well, I'm glad we have come to an agreement. I'm also a bit at a loss. What do we do? What were you? Okay, sorry, you found out there was kraken. Keep going. Is there more?
Well,
We're supposed to feed dead bodies.
look at all these dead fish friends.
Yeah, you guys just have like buckets of like dead fish and jellyfish and seahorses. Like anything small, I don't think you guys felt comfortable grabbing anything big.
Samuel's here. We got Frank has died. They took him from his family.
Someone's gotta tell the bad news.
Oh,
Blueberry just starts crying.
Oh,
this is horrible.
There.
Didn't they say that the lady that I forget her name, I'm so sorry, who was telling us, Cordelia, didn't she say that we could just release whatever is down there?
We're gonna release a kraken?
We could talk to him and we could let him go. I'm sure he's sick of this. This is not good food.
But then he might come to Atlantis.
Not if we talk to him and tell him to go to the other side. The Pacific Ocean is very nice this time of year.
You ever talk to a kraken?
So, and I like move away my bangs and you see my helm of understanding. And I say, I can talk kind of to a lot of people, or at least I can understand them, and we could maybe see where he's at.
See, you say that you're not good with people, but I think you undersell yourself. Look, you can talk to anybody.
But I'm not. You should have it because, Bubbles, you are better at talking to people. I might be able to.
No, I think you should have it. This will be a great moment for you. I'll be there as backup.
Okay, you have to hold my fin because I can't do this. I can't.
It's okay. And she'll hold her hand. We'll do this together.
Okay.
Worst comes to worst, I say we put the Kraken out of its misery.
Oh, I think that's not what we're supposed to... Remember the other person's name that I can't remember that I wrote down somewhere?
Is it the blue one, the red one, or the one that looks like a goldfish? Oh, the one that looks goldfish.
That's Isla.
Isla.
Leland was the main one with the silver hair. Kira was like the overly nice one, and Isla was like the in between that looked kind of more like a goldfish.
Right.
Okay. Well, one of the three said that we shouldn't hurt anything. So maybe we should try and release it.
Maybe. I mostly interpreted that as, human and other land-dwelling mammals. Sure, if we can get it to promise not to eat us and other Atlanteans.
But Hugh, we're closer, really, to the Kraken than we are these land dwellers. And I know they're fascinating. I know they're fascinating. But maybe we should just try to talk the Kraken into it. Maybe he'll be like, I'm so sick of this food. It's so bad. It's the grossest thing I could possibly eat, but all they give me and I'm starving. And we could be like, hey, we'll let you go. The Atlantic Ocean is nice this time of year. And he'll be like, okay, because this food is gross. And if he doesn't say that, then we'll have to rethink this. I'm not sure myself, but let's start with the fact that he's gotta be miserable.
I'm assuming you guys are walking and talking while you're doing this.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say you're seeing it's getting even smoggier down here. One thing that goes through your head, this is where they've been the further you go is where they said, oh, this is where they've been keeping this thing. So not only has they been feeding him poor quality of food that he doesn't want to eat, he's probably in a very toxic environment and probably not too happy. And while you're continuing down the stairway, you start noticing water on your feet, especially because none of you have shoes. And you see various doors that all seem to have that little black box. And I don't know if Hugh or Blueberry mentioned that they have they have their square, quote unquote, now that Cordelia gave them if they want to start trying doors.
Yeah, Hugh forgot to mention it, but he does pull it out at the sign of the door.
You got a square.
Yes, that from Cordelia. I forgot that was a thing.
It's only one square, right?
It's only one. It's essentially one key card because they only give you one.
Okay.
I'll say
should we start trying doors?
Make a perception check to see if you get the right door.
11.
19.
Ooh, not bad. Just the two of you?
Oh.
I was like, you guys can roll. You're all looking.
30-20. My God, these dice are amazing tonight.
Yeah, I got it too.
Thanks for evening out my amazingness.
You even it out enough. He's like, mine started with a 2. All right, so you see various doors. They're all much smaller in size. You see 2 big steel doors that have that little black box next to it. And around it, somebody's been paying attention to you, or at least attention to tritons or some kind of sea life, because around it is basically like they look like runes, but they're spelled out in Aquan. And it basically just has a warning that says, danger, do not open, around it. But it's not written in common, and you find that all interesting, that somebody had to actually know how to say that and put it down here. But you have a feeling that those are also, in a sense, part of the lock that opens this. Because you don't just put runes around a door.
Runes.
Runes, yeah. So you can try the key card, but you'll have to try something else in addition to this.
Let's see here. Anyone have the ability to get rid of these things?
I do have
this person.
Oh, everyone had an idea. Why don't we go in order? We all pitch in one idea to see if we can get through this door. Hugh, what do you have?
acid.
All right, Nimith.
Storm elements.
Storm elements. Blueberry.
Things that I could cast and blast at the door.
I was thinking around the same thing. I have another ladder.
Oh my gosh.
How would you use the ladder?
I can hit it. Try. I mean, or if maybe if we touch the door, something will happen. I can always send my sister to go try.
Your sister?
Yeah, I pull out another one of the cigarette butts, crushing it, and then an echo of myself appears.
The other door.
Okay.
Yeah, she helps me out sometimes when I go hunting for stuff, and sometimes people's backyards, but we don't talk about that.
Are you trying the key card first, though, before you try anything else?
Yeah, just slap it against the door.
The door opens. The two doors open and slide, but there is another door behind it. And this is like black melded steel.
I go command Echo Dorsey to go touch that one door.
You have a feeling that they're not just going to put a Kraken behind one door.
That's probably a good point. Echo Dorsey's going to try to open that door. Just try to jiggle the handle.
It doesn't have any handles. It's smooth. It's very much like an elevator door.
Okay, try to push it. If it's maybe a pushable door or maybe a slide.
It would be in a slide. Make a strength check for me.
All right. Good thing that Echo Dorsey uses my strength or athletics or what?
Either one.
All right. I'm gonna do athletics because I got a +7. That's a 22.
You budge the door about 3 inches. Doesn't open all the way.
Keep going, Echo Dorsey.
But you see a bunch of water starting to come out.
Oh shit.
I would like to turn Vanna into her sea form and put her in the water. And I would like to communicate with her and see what she sees as she explores the water.
Okay. Does she roll perception check independently from you?
She does. She has her own set of stats. Let me grab.
Okay. And she just communicates in your head?
She does.
Okay.
And we are at a 12 for her roll. She has a +3 to wisdom.
She tells you that there's even more green smog down here. That it looks like there's a trail of water leading and then she can't see further, that like it drops off.
Okay, and I have the capability, so at this point, to see through her eyes. It's one of the things that we can do. We can communicate, and I can see through her. So I go a little catatonic while I actually, see this. And I'm just kind of, standing there looking at nothing. And then I call her back.
She swims back to you.
And I share the information to everybody else.
All right, that's not good.
Blueberry will use one of her features to cast Mage Armor at will. And you just see her, this aquamarine, sort of translucent covering come over her body and then sort of, melt away so that it doesn't look like there's anything there anymore.
Wow, that was really cool.
Very nice.
Very nice. Does anybody else have armor?
Anybody
I
else
can create
want
a magical shield if I need it.
Is Dorsey's Echo gonna try the door again?
Am I gonna try the door again?
Or is somebody trying to blast it open?
I can. I could try the door again with my echo.
I was like, brute force is working.
All right. Would you allow me to do it with my echo?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna try that.
It's just doing it very slowly.
Yeah. +7, right? That's my bonuses. I can't do math. Like Dorsey. That's a 23.
Oh yeah. You move it enough where if you have a feeling if you were in your mermaid form, you could probably contort your tail enough to like get way in there and have somebody shove you the rest of the way in.
Hey, someone push my butt.
I totally push her butt.
Transform and I.
You slide through.
Is there like, yeah, do I slide through?
You're essentially going down, and I don't think you have your bucket with you anymore, so I don't know what you're gonna feed Sid, but you're essentially going down like a slip and slide, but on a much bigger scale. Like this is stone that's got water on it, and somebody just shoved you through.
Immediately I go, ah!
Oh
I
no.
jump in after her.
Oh yeah.
Shove yourselves in there.
Yep.
I'm gonna take one of the buckets that was left behind
Okay.
and use. This is a bit of a stretch. Basically, dump it through first, and then use shape water to like keep it in like a bubble.
No,
while
that's
I
very
go.
creative. I think you could, because it's moldable. It's no longer in the metal container, so you're good.
And then I'll squeeze myself through.
So you guys squeeze yourself through. Let me move you.
This is so weird.
Well, you don't want to be in a slip and slide?
With
And
a
I'm-
jump ball.
And I'm gonna say you fall about 50 feet, but you're in the water.
Whoa.
You're in your mermaid form, so you're not gonna take any damage. It's just a hell of a drop.
All right.
I'm gonna move you. And you're just kind of like in this tank of water. Like your head still sticks out, at least enough. And you see what they assume to be Sid, who's chained to this floor, not looking very happy. And he has tubing and like that blue circular, what looks like to be a window is like that pulsating orb. And that is what is powering the happy dolphin. Because every time he is angry or upset or gets fed and produces movement, he produces energy to this plant. And he's looking at you because he's hungry, even though he doesn't like what he gets fed. He's wondering if you are his dinner or you are here to give him dinner.
Hello. Would you like to not be here anymore? I would like to introduce you to the concept of the Pacific Ocean. It is very nice there, and you could have good food. This is not good food. We are here to save you. If you will let my little octopus come near you, he will untie you, but only if you promise not to kill us.
How close are you getting when you say this? Are you just like yelling?
I am yelling underwater as far away as I think he could still hear me, but I am somewhat safe.
Technically, sound travels further
through
in water.
Yeah. How is he gonna? Yeah, I'll roll for it. I was like, I'll be fair. I was like, let's see what did he do? Well, that's not that great. I think he's too preoccupied with his chains. Because I think if the closer you look at him, I won't even ask for a roll. You know that his eyes are bloodshot. He's very like, he probably was a nice like deep blue, but he's so pale now because he's just like tired of being in these types of conditions. He's breathing in the same fumes you guys have been breathing down this whole time. And if you remember what Leland said, this plant has been here for about a year. So he's probably been in this condition for a very long time and is probably not too coherent or too willing anymore to listen.
Oh.
So you might have to get a little closer.
Should we go close? Go.
That sounds.
Blueberry will.
Okay, hold my fin, Blueberry, and I like swim after her, trying to like grab her fin.
I think he just like looks in your direction, but he just looks like very just sad and tired, and he's over it. But he's not aggressive, like, because you're not as close to him. But he also doesn't know if you're gonna give him food or you are the food.
Okay, so if, like, in my rations, obviously we don't eat fish. Do I have like some seaweed that he may find much more appetizing than what he's been getting? Do you think I could like? I want to give it to Vanna to take closer, so I'm not taking it closer, and like have her bring him some like actually decent food.
I think you would have it in your pack. I would say you could try it, but you're not sure if it'll wield a better reaction than giving him what he normally gets. Like, he may get upset. He may not.
Vanna can speak. Vanna can communicate sea language. And so I want Vanna to communicate when she gets close to him that we are here to rescue him along with this offering.
Okay. You want to send her over?
Yep. It takes a full rest to fix her.
I think it defaulted back to the old picture though, Mike.
I know, it's fine.
So how close do you want her to get? Like pretty close?
Very close. We're talking, I would say 15 feet.
I'll say that's about here.
Because she's got medium reach even though she's a small creature. So I want her to be able to give it to him reasonably, but also not too close.
Okay, you're out of his reach right now. That's what I was looking at. I think he just looks at, because she's full mechanical, so he looks at her and then like he can't really reach out that close because he is pinned down with these chains. So she may have to come a little closer to be like, here you go, don't eat me. Don't eat me.
Scooches in, like, and tries and it doesn't work, and scooches it again and tries and it doesn't work until she's like at the bare minimum.
Okay. I'm gonna say you hand it to him. And he just like kind of like looks at it for a second because he's not used to getting anything good in here, let alone like for a whole year.
Oh no.
And he tries to eat it, but like it doesn't really do much to him because it's so minimal. Like he doesn't hate it, you didn't upset him, but it's not gonna be enough to feed him.
While he is tasting it, I would like to tell Vanna to go loosen one of the tentacles. Not anything big, just enough to relieve some chafing.
Okay.
This is either gonna go very well or very poorly.
I'm trying to think of what role she's gonna make because she's a.
While this is happening, because this will, I think, may assist if it succeeds, Blueberry will get within 30 feet and use one of her very minimal spell slots and try and cast Suggestion. So I need a Wisdom saving throw.
Okay, let me get the stats up.
There you go.
Fingers crossed. Piss it off.
That's a 19.
Oh!
They have a +4. I rolled a 15.
Damn it. Nothing happens.
Okay.
Tried.
Can she give me a sleight of hand? Or technically no?
Yeah, because it would just be her dex modifier because she's not proficient. So she got a 19.
She pops off one of the locks.
Oh!
And I think at this point he starts moving a little more, realizing that one of his legs is actually free now. And I think he just picks her up and like brings him to her face. He doesn't know exactly what she is because she's not like a live creature. Well, she is, but not like a traditional live octopus. And he just picks her up and looks at her a little bit like to inspect her. But he realizes that he does have this arm free now.
And she like nuzzles him because, you know, they look alike. She's a little octopus, he's a kraken. And so she like wraps around him and is like, hi.
Look how much we have in common.
I think he leaves her because he doesn't really know what she is. He's like, she let my arm loose, but she didn't let anything else loose. And you start to see a little bit more energy in his eyes. But you don't know if that's good or bad.
I yell again. We are the acolytes of the Pacific Ocean who are here to like and like pretty much, you know, those ads that they have, like especially now, where it's like, go see this location, it's awesome. Like that's what I feel like I'm yelling to at him.
Make a perception check for me real quick, though.
8.
Nimith is not seeing a way to get him out at the moment. Even if you were to let him out, how are you going to get him out? Out of the facility.
Yeah.
There's the other person whose names I can never remember told us about releasing them. Is there any doors anywhere?
Make a perception check.
I
Like
would
a-
also like to look around.
Like a lever.
Okay.
Oh man, that is a 5. I get distracted with bubbles.
19.
19. He gets a feeling that you could possibly go through that spear, that maybe it's not just raw energy, that maybe if you broke him out, he could break through that and it would lead to the ocean.
Point to the sphere. I could use that. I think that could lead to the ocean.
Well,
Well,
should
right.
we release it then? And we'll just point straight up, like, hey, use that.
Okay, a racial trait for the mermaid that we were given: to comprehend and verbally communicate with any creature that has an innate swimming speed.
Which he
So
does.
theoretically, you can just talk.
We can just talk to this guy, yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, hi there.
That's
Dorsey.
what I was asking. You may have to get a little closer, but
All right.
Yeah.
you all didn't want to get eaten either, so...
I'm gonna
I'll
dispel
move up.
that one. Well, hi there. I'm Dorson Maiden. Looks like you've been trapped up in here for quite some time. We want to release you because what you've been expelling has been hurting the ocean.
I think with... How close are you getting?
I don't know how many, 5, 10, 15, 20 feet away?
Okay, you're not further enough. I mean, you're further enough.
You want me to get I'll get closer. Dorsey's not that smart.
No, I'm asking you. If you don't want to get closer, you don't
I'll
have
get
to.
15 feet away from him. Well, hi there.
He's gonna reach out, but he doesn't have enough reach to like grab you or anything. But
All right, that's scary.
he does look. He does lift your wrist a little bit with the
Oh, my bracelet.
the quote unquote bracelet on it, and you
Yeah.
see kind of him get angry a little bit. Like the gold sheen in his eyes that he had energy is now a little red.
Oh, okay, you don't like this bracelet. Well, that's fine, Mr. Kraken. I can take it off. It's not a... And like any other sea animal or sea creature that gets caught in the plastic is just like, you just gotta give me a moment. Hey, we got a knife. Oh, wait, I have one. And it starts to...
Mama comes down and like switches it, and all of a sudden it's a dagger, and she's like, and cuts off your bracelet.
Thank you so much. Maybe I should cut the rest of these little hoops so that way it don't become a problem.
You see the and all of your jewelry like falls.
Oh no, my bracelet.
You get a feeling that he does not like anything that would bound another animal because of what he's been through and seen in here.
Oh,
But you don't understand it to be like that, so you're probably not on the same same thought with him. He thinks you're trapped, and you think this is art.
well, I just think he didn't like my bracelet, to be honest. Well, now that I'm this close, Mr. Kraken, we're gonna let you go.
You ought to make a check on the lock. I'm gonna
Oh.
say he's got a lock for every leg he has. and
Okay, well
they're a
then-
sturdy lock.
I guess I'll make
I will assist.
Okay, so roll with advantage. your roll?
What am I rolling though?
For...
No, like what check?
I know, I'm trying to think. Do sleight of hand.
Oh, good. I'm actually good at those. That's gonna be a 22.
I will say you do 2 locks.
Well, look at that. Look, you got more
And
tentacles all free.
Fauna
now.
already did 1, so you have 5 more. And some of them
Hey.
look a little more sturdier than others.
Well,
Nimith will help as well as he sees what's going on.
What about Blueberry and Hugh?
Blueberry is just looking around at things, doing nothing. Out of game because she's very, very bad at that. In game, she's just she's distracted by things floating around and all the stuff that's going on.
Okay.
Blueberry, you're better at talking to
What?
people. Why don't you befriend our Kraken compatriot while we free him?
Okay. Hi, Mr. or Mrs. or any type of whoever you want to be, Kraken. Hi, I'm Blueberry.
And then while Blueberry's doing that, I'm gonna, like, around the edge of the wall, scoot around until I get to a chain, and then I'll use Acid Arrow against it to try to dissolve it.
Okay, go ahead. I think Blueberry, you see the Kraken like kind of touch the bottom of the floor, and the floor lights up a little bit. But every time he touches it, it lights up more and more. You kind of get like, that's some of the power source in here. But he will tell you in like a gurgle language that you need to break that window, like to get him out. But it'll let off like a charge. And that's why he's been like trapped dead center. So he can't get that close to it.
Wait, when we break it, it'll let off a charge, or?
Because of all like the stored energy that he's been like storing up over this whole time to keep this plant going.
So he's essentially making his own wall with the energy he's creating.
Yeah.
Well, where will the charge go? Out or in?
That he doesn't know. He just kind of looks at you like, I don't really know that information. All I know is like it's meant to keep him here.
all right then.
Probably.
And you guys all understand this because you all are mermaids. So you all kind of get that message of like, we can get out of here, but it may very much be a quote unquote fiery exit if we get out.
After Vana sits and comes back over to me, I'm going to look at her and I'm going to say, okay, we might need you to do something. I need you to go look at that wall and see if you can disable it. And it might hurt you, but remember, every time you get hurt, I can bring you back. Remember that. Remember that I will always save you. And so go look at that wall. And don't be scared. I know that I get scared, but you don't get scared. So you go take care of that, okay? And I like have this like serious heart to heart with this miniature octopus.
Is anybody else going to go check out the window? Or like the pulsating wall, essentially?
Blueberry will go check it out.
I would like to see if, or try to discern from where I am, if it's like an active spell, and if counterspell were to happen, how would it work, if it would work?
Make an Arcana check for me.
10 plus 6, 16.
Even at a 10, if you look at it hard enough, it doesn't seem to be magical that's keeping it here. It seems to be just like pure energy that's stored up in the center to power the plant.
Mm-hmm.
So a counterspell would most likely not be the way to go for this one.
Gotcha.
Like it's not giving any like magical essence off. It's very much just raw force and power.
Well, I can create an earthquake and a tidal wave. I'm not sure how those will help.
Underwater?
Mm-hmm.
Tidal wave underwater.
Well, yeah.
Tidal wave is still force. It's just a question of how you're going to use the force.
100% true.
But you guys are still working on his lax.
Yeah.
I could try the other. Can I try again to see if I can get the rest of the
you can
lax?
keep going basically until
right.
he's free.
I'm gonna free this.
But he's not going to touch that thing because he knows what happens.
I can't read what that says. Plus 7, 18.
I'll say you do 2 more locks.
Oh yeah, I have a little bit of a sticky finger situation here. I know how to move my way in and out of houses.
I don't know if that's a good thing, Dorsey.
And lock. Sorry.
Never mind. Just keep doing what you're doing.
You got it.
I'm going to say he lifts you up, Dorsey, and
shoot.
that little portion, like he just tries to push you. So that you see the circle window, and then it kind of looks like a little. Let me move you. Like this little gem kind of space right here.
Oh,
and
hello.
He pushes you there.
You want me to break this thing?
He's trying to tell you like to look into it.
Oh, okay, I'll do that. I'll stick my head in, Mr. Kraken. I know you can kill me in an instant. And I stick my head through it.
Well, you gotta go through. You just see through like this, like kind of like, I don't want to say mosaic, but it kind of has that faceted color to it of a window that there's like switches in there, but you're not sure how they work.
Oh, I found some switches, everyone. Check it out.
Switches? Switches are my jam.
Yeah. Well, if you want some switches with your jam, you can have some over here.
Boo Bear's over.
We're gonna take a look at those switches.
Okay, you're gonna
I'm
have
gonna
to.
just keep working on the locks.
You're gonna be working on the locks. Who's breaking the window to get in here?
Oh, well, I certainly would love to open this window. I take my homemade shiv that I made back in, well, we like to call it arts and crafts, but essentially it was a survival instinct that I had to have, and I get the blunt end of it and I jam it into the glass.
Okay, it'll crack. Especially with a shiv. I will say if you get the right angle on it and then put like
I'm doing
pressure.
the blunt end.
Yeah. It'll just it'll crack, but you'll have to smash it to shatter it.
All right, what did I'll summon my echo once again, and both of us just start to jam on it.
Do a strength check.
You got it. I can't. Why do I keep rolling this die when I can't read what it says?
Because of course you do.
Plus what? Where's my pluses? Strength check, correct?
Yeah.
That's gonna be a 16.
That'll be enough to shatter it.
All right, we just.
And now, do you carefully put yourself in there to look at these things, or are you waiting for Nimith?
Oh, I did my part. I cracked the glass. Now y'all go ahead and have fun with your switches and your jams.
I will very carefully enter into the area and take a look at the switches.
Okay. So you see them again in Aquin. They do have common underneath, we'll say the bottom, and then the top is Aquin. One says, like, to disengage. The others basically says, like, emergency exit. And there's one that's just like a red button that says panic.
This is what?
That says panic.
I hit all three at the same time.
Okay.
What do you think about that, Chaos DM?
Yeah, that's yeah.
So she doesn't tell anybody, she just does it?
I think I say something probably along the lines like I shout something like, "Oh, I got this!"
We'll go in order. So disengage is essentially the beams disengaging from the power source. So now while the rest of you are in this room, you start seeing beams fall and letting go of the sphere that's carrying this energy.
Does that mean we need to move?
Yes, you need to start
okay.
moving. So if you want to make decks to dodge the beams, they're going like one by one by one. And then with panic, you start to see the red alarm go off. The Kraken starts getting flustered because he doesn't know what's going on, and it doesn't like that sound, and it's just alarms blaring, and he starts freaking out now.
I freed a few of his arms.
Yeah.
So he's thrashing. He's trying to get out. And like the middle switch, you start seeing the window glow, and it looks like it's pulsing up to let out a charge. When that's like essentially the mix between that middle switch and panic. You don't know what it's gonna do. So I'm gonna give you guys a time allotted of like 2 minutes to figure out what you're doing. Hugh and Blueberry make dex saves. I will say Nimith and Dorsey are close enough where they don't have any beams falling just yet. But if you guys want, you two make dex saves.
I'm a 17.
You're good.
Oh.
You dodge out of the way of these beams just falling. And the Kraken is still stuck to the floor. And he is pissed, and he is just thrashing.
Uh-oh.
How many arms are left?
I think you got, what, about 5 locks? I want to say you have 3.
3 left?
3 left. You have 3 locks going. You have beams falling. You have the center of this, essentially this area or this window pulsating up, and you have the alarm blaring now, which probably means Shaw, Cordelia, and Kaylin are going to come running down here without... with
This is
God
fine.
knows what.
This is fine.
Maybe we should get free this thing and maybe it can break out.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to swim around the beams to get to one of the remaining locks, and again, press acid arrow to it and just melt
Okay.
it off.
Vana is also helping undo the lock stone.
Okay. So that's 2. Who's doing the third one?
Bear will just. Oh, good.
No,
You're probably better at it than me.
Dorsey will help Blueberry in whatever she's gonna try to do.
Blueberry, do you want to try and calm Sid? Like,
do you-
he's
oh,
just
is
like
that
thrashing. Because he's just
That's
breaking
great.
shit. Because he's like, his fear, like his pure weight and force is enough to break this where he's at. Especially with his arms being loose.
Blueberry will go in front of the Kraken and say, Hey, Blueberry! Back! I think you need to calm down and just watch this. And she will druid craft like this big elaborate like flower setup, and then it'll just like break off and a bunch of like petals floating around. And she's like, look, it's so pretty!
He's looking at it for about a few moments, and then you got some, like, another moment to see what you're gonna get with his attention, because he's looking at it. Yeah, it's pretty, but he's also looking at the alarm and panic.
Dorsey goes for that last lock.
Okay. Biggest sleight ahead.
16.
You open the lock. He's free now. What are you gonna ask him to do? Because he doesn't want to get near that window. He already told you, like, that thing's gonna let out energy, and I don't know what it's gonna do. Meanwhile, who's still on the floor? Blueberry and Hugh make another dex save.
I would have to be like over
Dorsey,
here
you're
undoing
gonna
the
have to
next
make
lock
another
or
dex
something.
save because you did the lock. And Nimith is still over there trying to figure things out.
I'm probably headed towards the pulse that's releasing, trying to figure out how to send it outward and not inward.
How far do you say you're from Hugh, Dorsey?
From Hugh?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, is that where Hugh is right now on the map?
I'm probably wherever nearest to.
All right, we're about 10 feet separate from each other.
Okay. I'm going to give you a reaction to either dodge and get her out of the way because a beam's about to come and hit her. Because she rolled a natural 1.
Oh, snap. Yeah, I'm gonna go run and help her.
What's your swim speed?
What's my swim speed? Well, I mean, I think we all got a 30.
Are you
I think
going to
it's,
dash?
40.
Oh,
I think it's 40,
We're
yeah.
so fast. What I actually do, yeah, yeah, I'll use my reaction or something. Go swim towards her and. Actually, no. What I do is I send my echo to go get her.
Okay. You want to move your echo? Or I thought I
yeah,
put
I'll
her
bring-
on there.
I'll bring my echo. Well, because I dispelled her, so.
Oh.
Oh, I got it. Echo Dorsey comes out here, grabs onto Hugh, and pushes him out of the. Actually, no. She'll take his place and just push him.
Does she dissipate once the beam falls?
She's only got 1 HP.
Oh yeah, she definitely dissipates. So you get shoved out of the way, Hugh, by this like dark, shadowy version of Dorsey, and she just goes poof into like an ink cloud of like what an octopus would do.
Momentary panic, thinking that it's real Dorsey. Before seeing her red hair over there. Oh, she's fine.
I'm alright, dear.
Thank you.
We need your smarts, Hugh.
And Nimitz
I don't know
looking
how
out
to
the
fix
window.
this.
You're the hold me.
Yeah, I'm trying to get us out and not hurt when that charge goes on.
Okay. Make an investigation check on the window, and Blueberry, you're still trying to calm Sid down, or are you changing plan?
I'd like to ask Sid if there's anything that they can do.
Ask it. Let's see what Sid can do.
I forgot that his name was Sid.
I know.
Me too. I totally forgot, yeah.
Sid will tell you that he can cause a lightning storm at the window, but he's not sure what that's gonna do given what's in the window, like what's pulsating in the window.
Okay, that's good to know. Blueberry will just yell it out. Sid can do a lightning storm! That's pretty much all we got!
I can protect someone a little bit if they take damage near me. But it's not a lot, and it can only be one person.
I will say, Nimith, if somebody wants to give you advantage, you can roll an investigation check on this window.
Oh, I got a dirty 20 without
Okay.
advantage.
Taking a better look at this now, even though everything is going off, shit's falling, red light's going, you have the Kraken free, you have the alarm going. Hasn't been the full 2 minutes yet. Looking at this sphere, it has a rotation device. So you have a feeling if you were counterclockwise, excuse me, can't talk, that maybe you could circulate the energy straight outward instead of back at you and get through.
I scream for Dorsey, our strongest of our crew, that we need to turn this around and that there is a spot right here in which you should do it. It is not very coherent because I am a bad communicator in general. So it probably sounds like, Dorsey, I need to turn this into 360. There's a lot of like technical jargon like put in there that makes no sense to anybody, but she is very much motioning for you to come help her turn something around.
I think Sid,
Very cool.
during this,
Sorry.
is going to pick up Blueberry and pick up Hugh to try and move you guys out of the way and kind of like move towards it, but he's still not going to get right in front of the window. But just so you're out of the way.
Blueberry has been.
Sid! Sorry?
Go ahead.
Blueberry will say to Sid, Sid, can you help move that? Instead of pulling me away, can you help put me closer and let's...
He's pulling you towards it.
Oh, good. Perfect. Keep doing that. And then use one of your tentacles to help move the thingy. Whatever it is.
Make a persuasion check, because he's very adamant about not touching that thing. Uh-oh.
That was a 4, so that's a 10.
Hey.
He's not. He'll move
So
you closer, but he's
persuasive.
still kind of weary of like, that may hurt me, and I'm not going to touch it because I've already seen it been used.
All right, stand back.
You guys can make a group check if you want with Dorsey. If you want to try and
I'm gonna go ahead and
turn
put
it
my hands upon this wheel and try to turn it counterclockwise.
counterclockwise. Can you resummon your echo to help you?
Oh,
or
I
no?
can do it as many times as I want, darling. I just can't attack with it as many times as I want.
Okay. So everybody roll, and then your echo roll, and then if I don't know if Fauna can help you, Nimith.
She does have actually better strength than I do. I just rolled a natural 1, so I would love her to contribute.
Strength. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, that's an 11 for me.
I have a -1.
I got a 22.
What does your echo get?
My echo?
Mm-hmm.
It got a 15.
Fauna got an 18.
Oh, hey!
I will say you start turning it because the DC was higher than that.
All right, gotta remember. Sea life! And then as I start to do that, you could see that a little bit of my muscles start to pop in out and sort of break a little bit
Yeah,
of the jacket.
I was gonna say you ripped that tuxedo pretty good.
And then finally, because I'm in my human form, that's how I got it. That's how sea life happened. You see the word sea life with a 4 and an LYF.
Yeah,
I got some ink back behind the bars.
Can your fathomless seaweed do anything, Blueberry?
I was just gonna ask, like, no joke. I was like, I have it pulled up here.
Let me move it.
Well, it's more of an attack, but I figured I would try shooting the seaweed out at it and using the force of, because I can move it on a bonus action, so maybe using the force of moving it to help move the
cylinder. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say redo your roll, but add a plus. Well, I'll be nice. I'll say add a +5 to it.
Ooh,
to see if you guys actually
That's a
move
strong
it a little
seaweed.
more.
It's good for you too.
Oh, that's okay, right. My strength is -1, so 12 plus 5, 17.
Okay, you move it another quarter of the way, so it's almost there, but you guys are not quite.
Are beams still following on it?
Well, you're out of the way right now.
Oh,
Sid has-
good.
Beams are still falling, but Sid scooched you closer so you wouldn't get smashed trying to protect you guys, but he does not want to get near that thing. So you can either try to persuade Sid or make a magical or a creative attempt at trying to get this thing to turn the rest of the way.
Who else has an ability to make this happen? Where's that grease?
Oh yeah, you do have grease.
I do! I'm going to cast grease on this thing.
Yeah! On the actual bolts!
Yeah, to help it spin.
Let's WD-40 this bitch!
I'll say roll again and I'll -5 from the DC.
Oh, there you go.
Because you got a little extra leverage. And plus you have the seaweed.
You're talking about Hugh
The
or me?
construct. You can roll again.
Oh. Alright, what's that plus 4? 16. Sorry, I that was a 12. That should have been easy to do.
Is your
Seaweed.
echo helping you at all?
Oh yeah, my echo's always helping me.
Okay, roll with advantage. Because that's still not
14.
quite enough. Oh, that's not enough.
So 16's the highest.
Mm-mm.
Uh-oh. I'm getting tired!
You're slowly moving it, Dorsey, but it's still not enough.
My hands are all slippery because of the grease.
No!
Maybe try the seaweed again.
Okay, to try the seaweed again. She'll shoot a seaweed out.
Okay, go ahead and roll with the +5. You guys can help her. There could be more than one of you trying.
Oh, I'm definitely helping.
Yeah, and I'll
15.
do that
16.
thing again where I use the current to try to just like get that momentum going around us.
Okay, add a +3 to your roll then, Q. Still roll strength, but add a 3. And
Man,
then
this seaweed's really good.
don't eat her stuff.
Just like wow, it's like grabbing on and moving it. You're just like
Chewing on this fathomless seaweed.
So everybody roll a strength check. Dorsey do it with advantage. Blueberry do a +5.
Okay.
Q do a +3. And Nimith, I'll say you can roll with advantage if Vanna's helping you.
22!
Very good.
15!
9.
Wow.
Wait.
I've got +4. That's a 17.
With that, I say you fully turn this thing, and then you start seeing the glass in the center glow but crack, and you just see a huge beam, you don't know where it's going, shoot out the opposite direction of you guys, and this thing just begins to shatter, and the rest of the beams start to break to go through the window. Energy went out.
Yes. I'm going to use Tidal Wave to push everyone, including the Kraken, up.
Amazing.
He's more than willing to go with you now that you've just dissipated that whole mess, because he just didn't want to get shocked and die, because he knew how powerful that thing was. So I'll say Sid will grab you guys and just go through it. and you
Yeah,
guys are
Kraken friends.
propelled through it. But once you start slowly getting through the surface, I'll say it takes you a little bit of time. You well know that maybe you don't understand the engineering of a building, but beams generally hold up something. And you start to see the happy dolphin go down in flames. Because one, it has no more energy now, so there's nothing holding back that green sledge. There's nothing holding it up in the water. And you hope that maybe Shaw, Cordelia, and Kaylin were smart enough to fill the ground claps and get the hell out. Because you just see the happy dolphin go down in flames, and you see that creepy, creepy logo start to melt and go into the water.
I think as Dorsey's being pulled into, outside, she drops one of the patches. It looks like a little sun, and just sort of drops it there. And then after a minute, a delayed fireball explodes.
Oh no. What does it look like when your delayed fireball goes off?
Well, it's not mine, really. It's more like a patch. It looks like a sun.
Oh, wait. Where are you putting this? Because the monkey's still underneath the bay.
Oh, I don't know that. I just sort of put it where the bay was. I didn't know.
I'm going to say you see a flying monkey go all the way, then land back into the water with his bubble.
Oh, you really held on to that bubble. That's amazing.
And he is screaming.
What did it look like? It just looked like a small little dot that just started to grow and then immensely exploded.
Imploded on itself. So you may have killed the 3 people you semi-made friends with.
Oh, no!
We don't know. But, well...
I'll go back and check.
You'll go shirts for the hot one. It
was pretty hot.
You have a feeling Cordelia might have been okay because she can breathe underwater. You don't know about the other 2. So I will say if one of you wants to make a persuasion check, probably preferably Blueberry, on Sid will take you home so you don't have fiery debris still landing in the water that you now have to dodge.
Yes. All right, I'm ready for this one. Okay, that's not bad. 24.
Oh, very
Blueberry
good.
says, Sid, can you take us home, please?
Was Sid his given name or?
That was what they called him. He didn't really have a name, and he's kind of been, I think he grabs you all and like starts following your direction, Blueberry, of like where you say home is, and he explains to you that he's kind of been grown like in a different area and brought to that plant. So he doesn't really understand like where his family was, where he was supposed to be, like, and he doesn't really have a name. He just knows they call him Sid, or like point to him in the general direction and be like, that's Sid and this is what we feed him. But he was essentially not from the water plane, not from like in the center of the ocean. He was like grown for this plant and put there as a power source.
I was from the beginning of your sentence when you said he doesn't really understand, and I thought you were going to say he was from like a different area, so he was like spoke Spanish or something.
No, you understand him because of your.
What are you saying?
He's a creature, but because you guys are all mermaid and have that ability, you're able to understand what he's telling you. But yeah, you essentially gather that he doesn't really understand. Like, he knows how to swim and everything. He doesn't really understand where he is. He knows that's the ocean. But like, he's got limited range of what a kraken should be doing, what they would be doing to you in this instance if he thought you were food.
You can come with me. You can help me tend to my garden.
I think he looks at you and asks you if you have enough space, because he's pretty big.
Well, you might not fit in my house, but we could build you something next to my house. We could be neighbors.
Vaughn, I know I've got plenty of room out in the movies. You could come be Vaughna's big sister.
Okay, but for book standards, a kraken is technically like gargantuan. It is like Titan size, just to give you guys
what a kraken is.
an idea of how massive Sid is. Like, he has you probably in a few arms while the rest are swimming, no problem, but he would probably wrap around one of like those castles in Atlantis all by himself. So you're now gonna have to convince Isla, Leland, and Kira that this is your friend, and they now live here.
I was gonna look over to Blueberry and be like, speaking of which, I just got out of the slammer right now, and I was wondering if you had an extra room.
Sure, you can stay with me. Do you know how to garden seaweed?
Yeah.
Okay. So convincing.
Yeah, I was like, does Blueberry believe Dorsey?
Probably. I mean, she's not really.
I'm so charming.
Yeah. Well, okay. Maybe. I would also teach you how to do glass blowing because I'm really good at that. We could glass blow together.
I would love to blow together. That would be wonderful. Thank you for suggesting that. I'm really, you know, it's like you're doing clippings, and I really hope that no one clipped that one.
Yikes.
Oh, no.
We didn't. I mean,
and then Sid can come. It'll all be nice. You know what? The two of you, if you want to stay with me as well, we can all live together. We can build tiny little huts around each other.
Nope.
What do you say, Hugh? What do you say, Nimith?
Not at all. No, thank you.
Actually, Hugh, I know that I am not good at talking to people, but I was wondering if you would have any interest in helping me catalog my collection and write down what the purpose of each artifact was. I have a very big collection, and it's just me and Vana, and I don't think you should live with us because, no. But I would like if you would come visit me and help me with my collection, please, and thank you.
Yes, absolutely. That sounds like a great time. Thank you.
Speaking of artifacts from above the surface, I took a few other things that perhaps
Dorsey.
that you would love to have in your collection. First of all, I've got a 10-foot pole that I took.
Oh, I also have a 10-foot pole.
Oh, nice! Well, maybe I'll take this one and keep it for myself, unless Nimith, you would like it, and maybe use it for some of your creations.
I have 15 different projects that could use that, thank you.
I also got what looks like to be here, sort of a hand cutters. I've got this big bag of, like, they look like gold nuggets, but they're circular. I don't need them.
she means money,
No, I know what I said.
for the record. But none of you really seem to know what that is, at least.
And I got a bag. I got a sort of like a duffel bag.
That, and you have a bag of teeth.
Oh yeah, a bag of you want some teeth? I just grab some. Everyone gets to have a little bag, a little thing of teeth.
Thank you.
I.e.
Can
a bag
have
of combs.
those scissors? I mean, what'd you call them?
Is that what they are? Man, you're so smart. I didn't know that. Here, have some of the hand.
These can help with the seaweed.
Oh, good.
I'll show you how to use them. Yeah.
The clippings?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I will say, given Sid's speed, that you return to Atlantis, and it doesn't take you that long. It only took you long to get to the surface because you were finagling with Kaylin and almost drowning.
And a monkey.
I hope he lived.
So let me move you back. So as you arrive, Sid has to squeeze in this door, and he like contorts himself into like a little ball and lets you guys drop essentially out of his hand, like out of his tentacles, and is not really sure, like he's aware of how big he is. I don't think he's aware of how scary and what Krakens are known for down where like you guys live. So I think Leland, Isla, and Kira are all just horrified of what you're bringing them and are like screaming and asking you, what the hell is that and why is it in the castle?
Oh, stop yelling. He's perfectly harmless.
His name is Sid.
You named it Sid?
Oh no, someone else did.
What is he doing here? You were supposed to bring back information, not that.
Well,
We have lots of information, like a lot of information, but most importantly, the cause of the mean green stuff is no more.
Green is green.
Did you hurt anybody?
not that we know of.
No, we did not hurt anybody. We rescued Sid. Sid does not know he's a Kraken. He identifies as a Triton. So we're gonna just let him identify that and become part of our society. If you're not okay with that, he can live with me and Vana out in the boonies, so he's not part of the society. But he would like to live with Blueberry because she's nicer, and help her tend her kelp garden. He has already discussed this with Blueberry and us, and so he's very he's a little confused right now because he doesn't, everybody keeps calling him a Kraken, but he's a Triton and he's been very abused, so there's some trauma there. So we have to be very, very inclusive for his needs right now. But he's a very good person. He's a very good sea creature. He has been very helpful to the mission. He was actually the engine causing the pollution. So we have research we can do with him. He's very responsive to communication. And yes, I think that is what I want to ask for, because you said reward. I want Sid.
I feel like Dorsey puts a hand on Nimith's shoulder and goes, "That was a lot. You did so well on that one. You were so concerned about your, social ineptitude, but you're good."
Sid lightly taps Blueberry and asks you, like, in his language, like, in a gurgle, like, what's a Triton? Because he doesn't know what that is.
Oh, they swim down here too.
There's gotta be a few around here.
So he just kind of agrees, like, okay, maybe that's what I am, because he swims. Like, he doesn't really understand what a Triton is.
There we go.
So he's like, she keeps saying that I'm a Triton and I don't know what that is, and then somebody else called me a Kraken and I don't know what that is.
What do you identify as, Sid?
Yeah, what do you want to be? What do you want us to call you?
I don't think, I mean...
It's June, we could, we're supposed to, it's all about...
Celebrate.
Yeah.
I think, like, he just looks at you, he's like, Sid's fine, he just doesn't really understand what he is.
Sid.
He just knows that he kind of looks like Vana, like, a little bit, so he thinks that he's just a bigger version of what Vana is.
Just big octopus? Squid?
Perfect. You're a big Vana.
I think Leland just sighs and just like, well, I hope you didn't make a mess. Because I know we're going to hear about it sooner or later.
We already told you that everything was fine.
Dorsey, there's a thin line what your fine is and what my fine is.
I look at the hair and I'm like, how thin?
Never mind. Well, if it is true what they say, we'll send scouts to go look. But, Hugh...
Yes.
How did it go?
So we did meet some assistance along the way. There was a Triton named Cordelia who gave us some information. She had apparently been there for 6 months undercover looking into the same issue as us. As they said, Sid was kind of acting as the core of this thing, generating energy through however, and to stop the pollution from being produced, he needed to not be there. So for him to not be there, we had to do this thing to redirect the power, and the power kind of went out, which kind of means we might have sort of maybe exploded the thing that was causing the pollution, but it's not there anymore, and it's gone, and there were only like 3 people there, and we're hoping that they got out.
She looks at you and she has like a mode of emotion. She goes excited to panic to oh no. And I think she just kind of like flicks her fingers at some of the like the guards that are also like her scouts to like get on it to see if like we have a bigger problem now, even if we did kind of like resolve it. How big of a mess did we make?
I'm so glad you made a good decision sending us. This was your special idea. And
Don't
I'm so
remind
glad
me.
to give the leaders their credit when due, especially about any outcome that may or may not have happened.
And Kira, like, behind her is going like this to you, Dorsey.
What's wrong?
Like, shut up.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Completely zoned out now and is clapping with her hands to make bubbles, and she's like singing her bubble song again.
We really need to put more, what do you call that? Resources into education. And she looks around.
What do you mean?
Hugh,
Yes?
deeming that we didn't murder anybody, you will now have a title of your choosing, only because I don't really know what to call you.
I have a name in mind.
And you will have your own center here once it's built. That way, our people can maybe study a little bit more what it's like to be upshore. And I would like, Nimith, if you would like to help him. I know you don't really do the whole social gathering thing. But maybe you could add a little to that.
I would like to be his silent assistant, so I don't have to talk to the people, but I could talk to Hugh.
That's fine if you don't want to talk to them.
And Sid, and can come live with me. Yeah, Sid.
We'll get to Sid. Dorsey.
Yeah.
You don't have to do your community service anymore. You're cleared. Granted on the fact that you don't steal anything else. Or borrow. Or word it in a way where you feel like it's not stealing, but it's still stealing. You're cleared. You go into jail again, no promises. Blueberry.
I'm not gonna give an you okay?
And Akira again is still in the background going like, should it? Wire ahead.
I will not answer in the affirmative, but I will say okay.
Blueberry, we would like it if you would start your own garden here, because with the pollution, most things have died off and we've had to restart all over again. So we would like you to head that for the community if you would.
Quest.
And as for, she looks at Sid, who's just like looking around like all this castle. Who's going to watch him? Because I think it's going to take more than 2 people. I know, Nimith.
Wait, what was the request?
Who's going to watch him? Because she thinks it's going to take more than 2 people. Because Nimith named Sid, named herself, and then named Blueberry.
Well, if it means he can stay with Nimith, then I'll also help look after him.
Oh, he could definitely say, I have a kettle and back that would be perfect for him. It's got plenty, and we have a running field, and I have a really good toy that I think he'll like.
What is he going to eat? Or who is he going to eat?
No who's. He told me on the way here he likes krill. And we all know that krill is kind of a what more than a who. And I know some great krill fields by some algae fields where we could get some seaweed seeds.
On the condition that he does not become a tyrant of any sort, I will allow you to watch him as long as you are fit to watch him.
No, we'll teach him all the right things. I'll be able to
Don't let him learn anything from Dorsey. That's too many hands to be picking pockets.
We'll teach him to fetch, and we'll teach him to sit, and we'll teach him to lie down, and we'll
You know, he's not a dolphin, he's a cricket.
He doesn't know that, though.
She just shakes her head. And she's like, one last thing. And behind her, there's been as you've seen, like throughout time, there's been names added to this wall of each elder that's come through past whatever they did and whatever their accomplish was. And then so she taps her trident, and you see your names appear, and then you see your adventure as you speak light up on the wall that you are potentially in line to be the next elder position if you deem fit, but for saving and removing the pollution of Alanis, your names are etched into the wall of names of elders.
I'm gonna have a heart attack.
So pretty.
No, Vana, I don't think it was a mistake. I think that actually is our names up there. No, it's not a mistake.
It's on a plaque?
It's on a gold plaque that's etched into the wall.
Oh, how big is it?
Not big enough for you to steal, Dorsey. It's like literally etched into the wall.
All right, I'm just checking. Don't worry about it.
And that's where we're going to conclude our story.
Hey.
Guys. You only blew up the plant and almost drowned somebody, but we succeeded in your goal.
Thank you, Amber, for running such a story.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Titan. Thank you, Crash. Thank you, Raina.
Thank you, Raina.
So much for jumping in and joining us for today, and joining in essentially what I now consider the Chaos Crew.
Very much
We
so.
should never be in charge of anything, ever, at all. It's a bad idea. But yeah, I want to go down the line once more and give you guys all another opportunity to go ahead and give yourself some plugs. Titan, where can people find you?
I am on Instagram and Redbubble at TitanFishKiller.
Crash?
At Crash Pixie Potter on Instagram.
And Raina?
I'm from a channel called Careful Cantrip, and you can follow us on all the socials, on Twitch, and on YouTube. We also have a Spotify.
So yes, please go check out all these amazing players, all of their content, and we will check you guys next time.
Bye.
Bye.